If a simple response will do, why waste your breath on anything longer?
Hello, good morning. ये सुधरेगा नहीं तो ये पिटेगा.
Well, if that's all, I'm going to go
कोई
rehearse.
और गया भाई. मेरे से पहले किसी और को मॉर्निंग ट्रेन भी अच्छा. स्ट्रीमिंग एक ही टाइटल एक ही थंबनेल भाई टाइटल चेंज करना है भाई इतना टाइम वेस्ट नहीं.
Come on, come up. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace. How tiresome.
तुम को साउंड सुनाई दे रही है.
Take a break. Pick up the pace. I think I'll leave the Lelek question until after the show's over. Then I'll go find Odette. Child said he was... Is there anyone? Oh no. It looks like the show's starting, and I still haven't found...
तो हो चुका था बस. अरे तो बीच में स्ट्रीमिंग छोड़नी पड़ गई भाई. ज़्यादा मूवी नहीं ना मेरे को.
Hello, members of today's performance to commemorate this occasion.
All right, everyone, huddle in a little more.
Are you quite satisfied?
And wasn't the performance...
It was indeed a fine...
Working hours and non-working hours are just a social construct. Human technology can never advance if we're too rigid in our thinking, Sarge.
May we leave now?
Already? I mean, I was kinda hoping to soak up the atmosphere for a little longer, but off we go then, Sarge.
Your brother's busy today, so I took his ticket.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong? No, I'm fine. Maybe she caught a cold on the way here.
I haven't seen snow like this in a long...
I know. It's completely white out there. You can barely see a thing.
Let's wait it out for...
Well,
Let's wait and...
why do you...
Come to think of it, I know the route well.
Sir, there...
Hey, it's no...
What a kind gentleman. Very good. My wife and daughter are waiting for me at home, so I shall be heading back as soon as I get my blanket.
So... Are you expecting us to go back to the Armory Palace wrapped in blankets too?
Don't worry about that. I made arrangements in advance. Should I not return to the Armory Palace within 3.5 hours after Operation Showtime begins, they will escort us back. You are one of our key military personnel, so any weather-related risks must be eliminated.
Operation Showtime? So, wait. Every single time you drag me back to work when I sneak... I gotta say, you've really turned this into quite a moral dilemma for me.
It's snowing pretty hard out there. I think you should stay here for now. Sure. Time to get to work. I should head backstage and find Odette.
Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Ah, a fan, I'm guessing? Today is just a dress rehearsal, so Miss Odette won't be meeting with fans. She's taking a well-earned rest right now. Sorry, but that area is currently off limits to everyone except the cast and crew.
Huh. Bad timing, I guess. Well, I might as well stick around. I doubt Odette will be leaving before the snow lets up in any case.
What happened to the gentleman who went to fetch the blankets? How has he still not returned?
I was thinking the same thing. It's still snowing very hard. Do you think something might have happened to him?
Whatever the reason for his delay, I must say I hate nothing more than people who make empty promises and fail to deliver. Well, I have to treat my employees like that on occasion, but that's different.
You seem anxious, Mr. Valeri.
It's been nearly 4 hours since I left the armory. They know how much I despise tardiness and disrupted plans. There's simply no reason that they...
Surely a snowstorm like this one counts as such.
Few things in this world can stop the Snezhnayan army, Mr. Mitya.
Why don't you go out and take a look? They might be right outside, waiting for your orders before they dare...
An absurd hypothesis. I have no intention of leaving your side for even a moment until I have
This doesn't look like an ordinary snowstorm. That guy who left...
A man-eating
Traveler, didn't know you were coming today. How come you didn't... Oh, right. I assumed you were looking for me in Vodenitsa. Whoa, that's quite a snowstorm out there. I've been working backstage this whole time, so I didn't even notice. No wonder the audience hasn't left yet.
Huh. Is weather like this rare, even in Snezhnaya?
Yeah, snow like this. I'm sure I've seen it out in the wild before, but actually, I take that back. I don't think I've seen snow this bad, even in the wild. This...
If even Alosia thinks snow like this isn't normal, could it have anything to do with that monster people have been talking about?
We can't stay cooped up here forever. Someone needs to go out and take a look. No need. I have plenty of experience with snowstorms. Besides... Everyone by the door. Careful not to let the snow soak into your shoes. In a snowstorm, you...
Heading out, my man? Be careful. I've been told the snowstorm eats people alive.
Thanks for the advice.
He's back! He's back! How was it? What's going on out there?
Did you see any soldiers patrolling the area?
Something about this storm isn't right. There's no one out there. I didn't see a single soul. And something in the air gives me the... This isn't your average snowstorm. I suspect it might be related to recent events in our nation. I strongly advise everyone to stay...
Are you serious? So all of us are trapped here now?
You want to go outside and see? I, for one, am not risking my neck in that weather.
This just turned from a minor delay into a
We can only hope that our friend who went to fetch the blankets just ditched us and went home.
Is it really that bad? But my daughter, I won't be able to read her a bedtime story.
Huh? What are you all still doing? Whoa! So now we're stuck here? Oh, this is terrible. Luckily, it was just a dress rehearsal today, so there aren't too many people here. On the bright side, the theater's always well stocked with supplies. If the snow still doesn't let up as we get into the evening, you can spend the night here, everyone. At least, I assume that's all right? Fine by me.
This seems like a sensible backup plan under the circumstances. My thanks to the theater.
What are you staring at?
Oh, Your Majesty the Tsaritsa, I beg you, please do not let tonight's snowstorm stop. This is a golden opportunity to spend the night under the same roof as the two top stars in all of Snezhnaya.
I think I've changed my mind. Sir, if you so much as look at us funny, you'll be seeing stars in a whole other way.
It's getting colder. We need to keep the indoor temp. Close the door and lock it tight. And then there's the aristocrats. Easiest of all to deal with. You don't need to use any force whatsoever. All you have to do is show them the rope you plan. Because nothing horrifies them more than the thought of a cheap, coarse rope leaving creases on their precious million Mora coat. They'll do whatever you ask to avoid that fate.
Unexpected.
Well, look at that. I got myself a new listener. Hey there. Let me introduce myself. The name's Shram, and I'm a mercenary. The kind that gets paid to do odd jobs.
And I am Chuganov, an entrepreneur. If my...
Are you really that famous, Mr. Chuganov? How come I've never heard your...
Excuse me?
Oh, I'll have to ask my rope later. He's probably tied up more entrepreneurs than I've ever heard of.
How are you feeling, Tony? I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. I'm used to it by this point. I take medicine for it. Chad must take great care of his sister. He's never mentioned Tonya's illness, though. You know, I actually find this whole thing kind of stuck in a strange place thanks to a snowstorm. Having to spend the night with a bunch of interesting kids, huh? My brother always says I'm not mature enough. I'm fine, really. Look after yourself. Otherwise, your brother will come after.
My husband has major trust issues. To him, I doubt even this snowstorm is a good enough excuse for me to stay out all night.
That's the price of marrying into wealth. You'll get used to it. I'm not about to stop you if you want to leave. But, hello?
This is highly irregular. A delay of over an hour during an operation like this theoretically warrants a Harbinger-level response. I wonder what the issue is. The storm.
Sarge, the day you learn to let go and just enjoy moments like this? Why, hello, man. I believe you were the one sitting at a nearby table. Any friend of the theater's star performers is a friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mitya from the Energy Commission.
Greetings. Major Valeri. head of the Special Assignments Battalion. I am here to ensure Mr. Mitya's personal safety. Please let me know.
Miss Traveler, I cannot help but notice that Miss Odette is stealing glances at me. Any idea what that could be about? I've racked my brains, but I can't think of anything I might have done to offend her. Perhaps she noticed me spacing out during her—
So, Mr. Mitya, is your work related?
Yes, that's right. The higher-ups in the Fatui transferred me from the Energy Commission to the Armory Palace because they wanted me to...
भाई क्या कर रहा है?
Really? I can't even talk about that? Pretty sure it counts as part of my private life. All right, I won't say anything. Sorry, Traveler. As you can see, I'm afraid this pleasant chat will have to end here.
देखो बता भी नहीं सकता ये.
I don't think it's ever been this lively backstage before. I didn't know you were coming today. Hey, have you seen Chuganov? I heard he was coming today.
I'm with you. This could be just the chance we need.
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to coax some more intel out of him. I want to know why he suddenly changed his stance on Project Stuja. What exactly happened before the most—
For the Rokad, or just out of personal interest?
Shh! There are other people around. Don't say they are—
और
I have to say, even though today was a rehearsal and there were some hiccups along the way, Miss Odette's performance was one of the best I've ever seen, even compared to an actual show.
I couldn't agree more, especially considering the weight of the subject matter. It takes a truly seasoned professional to do justice to a Do you think we were coming on too strong?
What about you? What did you think of today's performance? Really? That means it wasn't captivating enough to draw you in. I'll make sure to save it.
This doesn't seem like the time or place to bring up the subject of Lilac.
So unfair.
And now it looks... You know Mitya too?
No, I don't. I just have a feeling that he might be dangerous.
Let I come.
How's it looking, Alosha?
No change from this afternoon. Heavy snow with no sign of slowing down.
May I have your attention, please? The storm is unlikely to stop tonight, and it'll be even more dangerous outside at night than it was during the day. We at the theater owe everyone here a duty of care. Therefore, we strongly suggest that you stay on site overnight and avoid going outside unless absolutely necessary. In a few short moments, we'll give you a tour of the theater's various quarters. You can choose to sleep in the VIP room, the office, or backstage. Or on the stage if you'd prefer. We won't mind.
I'll pass on sleeping on the stage. What if the snow is stopped by tomorrow morning? The early birds in the audience might think we're part of some experimental new show.
A drama about sleeping? That could be fun. Maybe we could come up with a title for the production.
Not bad. Clear selling point, at least. Could be a big hit.
Anyone who doesn't wish to sleep on the stage, please follow me. I'll show you to the rooms.
I guess I'll call it a night. Though, I feel like I won't sleep very well without Paimon. I'm sure she'll be worried that I haven't made it back yet. But as long as she looks out the window, she'll probably realize what's holding me up. I wonder if she's feeling any better yet. At least she hasn't been getting any worse. Still, I should try and get back first thing.
Ah, finally. Welcome back to the world of the living, lazy bones. I was about to wake you. The black mist is almost on us. Still waking up, huh? You know, the black mist. It's been chasing us from below ever since we were born. You're just dozy. There's no way you've forgotten. Come on, let's keep heading up. Onwards and upwards is the only way to survive. Don't listen to a word those...
Here we go again. That endless march toward survival.
What's going on? That black mist down there is creeping me out. And it's rising. Guess I should head upwards and get away from it.
The Black Mist cultists believe that being swallowed by the Black Mist leads to everlasting peace. But if you ask me, they're just lying to themselves. We're the only heretics left, the only ones who refuse to give in. We have to keep going.
But how do you actually know that they're wrong?
Dangerous question there, Torgov. The moment your faith wavers, you start a chain reaction that ends in the collapse of your will. Put the question out of your mind. Stay strong and believe that the Black Mist...
I can't do this anymore. I've had enough of being forever on the run. What's the point of it all?
All this will pass eventually, I promise. Keep fighting. It will be worth it.
You accuse the Black Mist cultists of being liars. But you're lying too. There is no end to this path. It keeps going up forever.
The cult of the Black Mist has poisoned your mind, Sobolova. Are you thinking of giving up as well?
I am. I think I'll take my chances with the Black Mist over this perpetual...
As much as I detest the Black Mist cultists, I'm just...
Then I bid you both farewell. Let me put my personal opinions aside for a moment and say, I hope that you both find peace within the Black Mist. Fate always appears so impossibly complicated. But at moments like this, its raw simplicity is laid bare. Their fate was sealed from the instant they entertained doubt. From then on, the outcome was both inevitable. Torgov and Sobolova are gone. I never thought the day would come when even they would be swallowed by the Black Mist. It's just you and me now. Yes, it looks like it's satisfied. For now, this happens from time to time. But it won't be long before the Black Mist starts chasing survivors once again. No one knows how to stop its advance for good. Well, we should make the most of the precious moments of rest that those two bought for us. Huh? Are you really that sleepy, traveler?
What is it, Chuganov? What's wrong?
Is it morning already? Sounds like it's coming from next door. I should check and see what's going...
Don't look, Miss Tonya.
What happened to them?
These two people have passed away. And the strange thing is that somehow I knew this was going to happen. I knew that they would be the ones to die. Have I seen this moment before? Or did I have some kind of premonition?
Let me take a look. No vital signs in either of them. They're dead. The cause of death, however, remains unclear. No wounds on the bodies, no signs of a struggle, and no skin discoloration caused.
But just last night, they were chatting and joking away.
Could they have had pre-existing medical conditions? Even then, the odds of them both dying of sudden complications on the same night are...
It's hard to believe that they died of natural causes, nor does this appear to be a suicide. Who was the first to discover the bodies?
It was me. But these deaths have nothing to do with me, officer. I got up early because I wanted to see if Then I noticed that the door to this room was open, and it looked like there was a man and woman inside. I just went over to see what was going on.
I can corroborate this. I was doing my morning exercises near the stage. When I saw Mr. Chuganov heading this way, I can also confirm that I didn't see a single person approach that room before him.
The snowstorm was raging all night, and it's still going now. There's no way someone could have come in from outside.
You mean an intruder? No, not possible. I slept by the door last night as a precaution. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had tried to open it.
Everyone, split into pairs and search the theater for anyone in hiding or any signs of suspicious activity. I'll follow up with a full search of my own.
Nothing on your backstage is clear. No signs of suspicious activity.
We checked the basement. Also clear. I don't think there's anywhere here that a living person could hide.
Are we certain that the theater doesn't have a back door? Or any tunnel or passageway wide enough for...
No, there's nothing like that. If people were sneaking in through some secret tunnel to avoid buying a ticket, we'd have sealed it off. I also checked the windows. All of them are locked from the inside, and there's no sign of anyone entering or leaving.
It sounds like we can safely rule out the intruder theory. If anyone came in during the night in this weather, there'd be no way for them to avoid leaving footprints or water stains.
This can only mean one thing. It's like one of those murder mysteries you see in novels and plays, isn't it? The ones where the killer is one of us.
We can't quite jump to that conclusion just yet.
Could he be right? It's hard to imagine something like that happening in real life. Set in a theater during a snowstorm, a murder takes place and the killer is among us. It's such a classic trope that it seems...
Looking at who the killer targeted, and the clean entry and it all adds up. I know what this is. It's obvious now that I think about it.
What is? What have you figured out?
Both victims were wealthy, well-known local merchants. And the door was deliberately left open, so I would discover the bodies and witness the crime scene first thing in the morning. Such ruthless methods. This was your doing, wasn't it?
Lelik?
You mean Lelik is among us? And he's the killer?
Lelik. I know this code name. Member of the Rokot, anti-Project Stuja. Always works alone. I've read the case files at the Armor. Walk me through your reasoning, Mr. Chuganov. What do you know about Lelik?
What now, huh? What now, Lelik? What more do you want from me? I already voted against Project Stuja at the Snezhno Gradvetch. You snuck into my house the other day while I was asleep. Left a threatening letter. And I did all that you asked. But Project Stuja cannot be so easily shaken. Not with the rooster in charge.
So he really was threatened by Lelik. That makes sense.
And now you're resorting to murder to threaten me. Isn't that right? I knew it. The Rokot despises the rich. The lives of the wealthy are but refuse, and you'll show yourself. Which one of you is Lelik, Tell me! I'll do whatever you want! Just...
Was this really Lelik's doing? Would Odette really do something like that? If Odette really is Lelik, this seems out of character. But then again, how well do I really... I'm probably the only one here with a compelling theory about Lelik's true identity. But if I reveal it now, I'll be putting Odette in the line of fire. What should I do?
I don't think it's likely that Lelik killed anyone. At least from the stories I've heard, he's never killed anyone before. And his name has never come up in connection with any murder cases. Besides, even if Lelik did want to threaten you, why resort to such an extreme and roundabout method? It's not his...
Vodyanitsa doesn't know that Lelik might be Odette, but her assessment is pretty much identical to mine.
Miss Vodyanitsa, why do you suddenly feel the need to speak in Lelik's defense?
Defense? Oh, no, it's just... I'm worried that we're jumping to conclusions here, so I wanted to share my point of view. Also, I don't think the Rokot is as bad as you're making it out to be.
Well, if you think I'm so wrong, what's your theory then,
The case is still evolving, Mr. Chuganov. Please do not prevent others from expressing their opinions so early on.
Even so, there.
So there's still a good chance that Lelik is right. I can't do this anymore. I don't care if it's still snowing outside. I have to get out of here.
Whoa, take a beat. We all know it's far too dangerous out there. Even the soldiers couldn't get to us. Go out that door, and you might not live to tell the tale. And whoever this Lelik is, they're surely not going to murder anyone in broad daylight. Be sensible, my man. You're safer inside.
As much as I regret having to say this, I'd like everyone to cooperate and refrain from exiting the premises because as things stand, every one of us is... Unless anyone has further information to share, let's adjourn for now. Feel free to keep searching for clues, but make sure you don't go off
You're right, that was my bad. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I didn't think it through. Luckily, no one suspected my identity. Oh, phew. It's just you. I thought someone was eavesdropping.
Since Vodyanitsa and I were on the same page earlier, I think I should share my thoughts with the Rokot members first.
इसके हैंड साइन है क्या ये जो
Whoa. Are you serious? I don't know if this counts as gossip, but it's definitely on track to be the juiciest this whole year. Odette? Really? Odette? Oh god, how dumb does this make me look? Lelik has been right under my nose this whole time.
Actually, it's exactly what you'd expect. Sometimes, hiding in plain sight is the best strategy.
And now that you mention it, the more I think about it, the more sense it seems to make. What are we up to now? 1, 2, 3, 4... Odette's identities. She's my coworker, specifically a ballerina, and also a Fatous, a member of the Rokot. It must be so exhausting. I guess since I've always known her as a member of the Fatui, it never even crossed my mind that she could be involved with the Rokot. Let alone be... I don't understand. If she's with the Fatui, what reason could she have for being so opposed to Project...
Probably best if you ask her that in person.
Well, since you waited until now to bring this up instead of announcing it to everyone earlier, does that mean we're all on the same page here? Yeah. Lelik may not follow orders from the Rokot leadership, but as far as I'm concerned, she's never crossed the line. If anything, her actions beg we need to confront her fate.
Do you think she'd really admit to being Lelik?
I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. For now, we'll work on the assumption that she didn't kill anyone, and see how much she's willing to tell us. Now's her chance. Hey, Odette. What is it? Shh. Keep your voice down. So, you... Alright, fine. You don't have to say anything or explain yourself. Just... Here, none of us believes you kill innocent people. Whoever murdered those 2 people last night, the Traveler was the first to figure out your identity, but she kept quiet during the discussion just now. Still, it's clear where the group consensus is heading. Everyone believes Lelik is the culprit. If your identity is exposed, you'll be in a really bad... We're your colleagues, and we know what kind of person you are. I don't want anything bad to happen, so... Can you clue us in? Tell us everything. The more we know, the more easy...
Alright, yes, I'm Lelik. And no, I'm not the murderer. And thanks, but I don't need you to cover for me. Actually, I'm planning to reveal my identity.
You're gonna reveal that you're...
That's right. I'll admit I was surprised at first when Chuganov guessed that I was here. It was just a lucky guess, but it caught me off guard. But after taking some time to assess the situation and confirm where everyone stands, I don't believe I have an...
Are you sure you don't need a second opinion? What?
So...
I don't know what game you're playing, but you've got a lot.
It's just one identity. So what if it's exposed? I can disappear and adopt a new identity anytime. I made my peace with this when I chose to become Lelik, but more importantly, I promise I am not the murderer, which means that someone else is. So, if anyone still insists that I did this, you'd best produce the evidence now. Otherwise, I suggest that you bite your tongue. Because if you really believe I killed 2 people without making a sound or leaving a trace, pointing fingers at me would surely only make you my next target.
Is this really the truth, Miss Odette?
That's confidence, all right.
A real no-nonsense attitude. I can see why Marionette said that she's on track to inherit the title of the fair.
Are you seriously buying this? Hey, officer! She just admitted to being Lelik. Aren't you going to do something about this?
I do have one question, Miss Odette. Why have you chosen this moment to come forward and reveal your identity?
If I didn't say anything, everyone would be focusing all their efforts on finding Lelik, and that is exactly what the real culprit wants. I don't want to be the scapegoat who lets the murderer get away with this.
Despite all the accusations, she made the smart choice. A remarkable display of rational thinking under pressure. Clearly, Odette's talent extends far beyond the art of dance.
She thought so far ahead. Why do I always feel like I'm one step behind?
You've convinced me. Dealing with the murder case remains the top priority right now. Let's put the name Lelik and all related incidents aside. Nevertheless, the group still considers you the prime suspect. I assume you have no quarrel with that, Miss Odette.
I understand. You're welcome to keep an eye on me around the clock. I have no objections.
Mr. Chuganov?
For my wife and daughter's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now. But don't think you're forgiven for breaking into my house and threatening me. Just wait till we get out of here, Lelik. We'll settle the score then.
Good work, Lelik Guard team. And Lelik too. Here, have some hot water.
Turns out Valeri knew about my exploits, so now I've been told I have to guard Lelik.
Shouldn't you be facing my way if you're guarding me? At the moment, it looks more like you're my...
If the true culprit is indeed still at large, as you have claimed, we must keep our guard up against...
Don't worry, Tonya. Once the snow stops, the officials will step in. The investigation will get easier, and...
But... once the snow stops, won't everyone just leave?
You're gonna miss us, huh? Well, some of us work at the theater, so we'll still be here.
Really, Miss Vodyanitsa? That's awesome!
Aw, all right, let's swear to it. I promise to give you the pass, and you promise to never change your mind about being my fan.
Promise.
Don't indulge her, Tonya. You don't have to swear an oath over things like that.
You really do get carried away sometimes, don't you, Miss Vodyanitsa?
Hey! Mind your own business!
Don't be nervous, Miss Water Imp. Everyone's here. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Excuse me? Do I look nervous? Don't be ridiculous.
No.
Oh. Wait, but how... Okay, plenty of people know that I'm a water imp, but still... How come you understand our primary mode of expression?
Primary mode of expression. I've not come across that concept before. Do enlighten me, Vodyanitsa.
Well, it's just... We water imps tend to communicate our emotions to each other by singing. The emotions we convey through song take precedence over our facial expressions. So, we think of it as our primary mode of expression.
I'm impressed, Shram. I didn't take you for a man of culture. But you're clearly right.
It's not about being cultured or not. The thing is, this mode of expression can usually only be understood by other water imps. It's not a simple case of a song sounding happy or sad. And yet, you're clear.
It's really not the big deal you're making it out to be. I think I just have a knack for it. Plus, I have a very close friend who's a water imp. A delightful lady. But keep that. Anyway, we spent so much time together that before I knew it, I noticed I could understand her expressions.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still, the fact that you have a water imp friend is even more surprising. I'd better watch what I'm singing when I'm around you from now on.
Hey, what are you implying? You're not secretly insulting.
Heavens, why would...
It's getting late. We should discuss our sleeping arrangements for tonight. To guard against...
I suggest that we don't sleep in separate quarters tonight. It will be safer if we all stay together.
As long as someone keeps an eye on Lilac, I'm quite sure we won't have any trouble.
Are you saying that you wish to bet your life on Miss Odette being the killer?
Nonsense.
Then I propose the following arrangement for tonight. The Traveler, Odette, and I will form the Night Watch. We'll sleep in shifts, but two of us must be awake at any given time.
An excellent idea. This allows us to handle the night watch while also keeping an eye on Lilac. Meanwhile, the rule of taking shifts in pairs resolves the other issue. Namely that we can't necessarily trust the Traveler or Valeri either. I expect that plan took you quite some time to come up with, didn't it?
Actually, our field combat manual outlines a similar approach. Although the scenario there involves guarding prisoners overnight during field operation. That being said, I must clarify that I harbor no disrespect towards you personally. In fact, Lelek's numerous covert operations make fine textbook examples for military.
I care less about respect and more about the fact that you just robbed me of 2/3 of my sleep tonight. I'm calling dibs on being the first to rest.
It's almost time. Not going to argue with that. I'll take a quick nap. If you start to...
It's finally time for Odette and I to share the night watch. I should wake her up.
मैं कल कर रहा होता तो yes मैं I'm sleeping. I don't know.
I came here to get information from her in the first place. Maybe I should think about what questions I want to ask before she wakes up.
How long are you gonna keep staring at me? Couldn't sleep. My mind's been running haywire. Plus, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you. I had a hunch that you wanted a conversation too. Let's take this chance to... I just had a simple question for Rosaline. In her final moments, did she have any last words or anything? I see. Well, that was all. I have no other questions. No, she was utterly ruthless in pursuing her goals. That kind of person should be hard to miss. And yet, even though I never approved of her methods, and she was an abrasive person, the fact remains that I am indebted to her. Oh, she told you. I guess that makes sense. I think she and Rosaline were on pretty good terms. Yes, Rosaline wasn't the kind to gossip about this sort of thing. Not that it's any huge secret to me, though. When I was a child, I had to join the Fatui for the sake of my mother and me. I trained under Rosaline. It was extremely grueling, and it didn't exactly come naturally to me. All I could do was try to ignore the biting cold and practice. I was a newcomer who'd managed to make a good first impression on a harbinger. There was pressure to live up to her expectations. To be worthy of the fair. Every day was a struggle against the cold, pain, and fatigue. And most nights, I struggled to fall. After enduring all that, I've become almost immune to the sensation of pain. I suppose that was the cost of... Surely, any child who had to experience that would grow to hate her lot in life. So, I put an equal amount of effort into my ballet. Because in my young mind, that was the only way to defy. It was my way of telling her. The Fatui's demands and your expectations of me are not what I wish for. I think she probably blamed my poor performance in training on my passion for ballet. She knew my heart. One time, when I was secretly practicing a dance at night, she suddenly showed up. I knew she was there to catch me. I told her, "You don't deserve to watch the dance I learned from my mother." She looked stunned. I guess she was surprised that I lashed out first, before she had the chance. But strangely enough, on that occasion, she wasn't fierce with me like she was during training. Instead, she fell silent for a moment. After that, she never interfered with my dancing or asked me how it was going. She never came to watch me dance again either. Not even once. She was. But even now, whenever I take out this core Ignis, I can't help but think of that night. Of the look on her face. Sort of. Although gift might be too kind a term. This is her flame sealed within ice. A symbol of her favor, yes, but also her way of keeping an eye on people. She knew the location of every piece of core Ignis. If any recipient started acting suspiciously, she'd be onto them immediately. Trust her to make even a mark of approval feel... So, when news of Rosaline's death reached Snezhnaya, many people immediately crushed their core Ignis. It gave them a profound sense of relief, like they'd broken free from her shackles. But I kept mine. With my sensitivity to pain being as dull as it is, the warmth from this core Ignis is one of the few things I still wonder. Did she really come to stop me that night? I wasn't sure, but I was scared, so I said some really awful things. I guess she didn't leave anything behind. Not that I expected her to. It's fine. It's just a bit of a shame that we couldn't settle our differences before the end. She did. Are you sure she was talking about this event? No, she didn't. I didn't even find out that she'd gone to Mondstadt until a while after she left. Wait, in that case... Okay, I will. Thanks for letting me know.
There's something I'm trying to figure out. I'm beginning to suspect that Paimon's mystery illness is being caused by the energy research behind Project Student. Paimon's very important to me, so I have to get to the bottom of this. I figured that since you're Lelek, you might know something about...
The ultimate goal of this energy experiment is to create a weapon for the final battle. The weapon's construction was completed in Nodkrai. Now, all that remains is to arm it with a sufficiently powerful energy. Yes, the weapon's development and all the related experiments are overseen by Lord Piero, the Jester, and the lab is located deep within the Armory Palace. I'm not sure why this experiment would be making Paimon feel unwell, though. The best way to get to the bottom of it would be to go there in person. And once we get out of here, I'll help you apply for an entry permit. And I'm hardly the organization's proudest member, as you know. You answered my question about Rosaline. I want to do you a favor in return.
What's wrong?
You two seem to be hitting it off.
I thought you were sleeping.
Of course I was. In the military, one learns to fall asleep quickly, even in the most inhospitable environments. It's vital to staying alert and energized. Why? Is something wrong?
Even if he was awake, he can't have overheard us, right?
Well, thank you both for keeping watch. Traveler, I'll take over for now. It's your...
Sure. This is our second night here, but at least I found out a little more about Paimon's condition. I hope she's been sleeping well the past couple of days. Why do I feel like... Seriously? Is this payback for when I stared at her earlier? But... Never mind. I'd better try and get some sleep.
ये कौन से डिवीजन वन में आ जाते हैं?
Hey, what are you spacing out for? Are you reaching your limit too?
How long have we been walking for? Do you remember?
अब इन दोनों की बात
Time's lost all meaning. Ever since we noticed that thing above our heads.
A star key? Or key star? Anyway, the person who named it was swallowed by the black mist.
Whatever it's called. Ever since we noticed it, we've been walking up and up, hoping that as long as we reach it, we can find... But it seems like no matter how far we walk, we never get an...
Well, we've come this far. You never know. Maybe we're almost there? Come on, enough moping.
Again, भाई अब मुझे देखोगे हाँ आ रहा हूँ
Fine.
Not again! I've lost count of how many times we run into them. Careful.
Shut up. Run faster.
We got ourselves a strike.
Here they come again! Get ready!
You wanna fight? Let's go. Backup is here.
Gotta.
Firestorm!
What the?
Monsters ahead of us, the black mist behind us. It feels like there's more.
Fighting frog! Firestorm!
That's it. Shut up. Run faster.
Learned!
Are you hurt, Coolish?
No, I'm fine. It's just... Suddenly I don't want to walk any further.
I get you. In fact, I reached my limit a long time ago. Sometimes it feels like there's hope where there shouldn't be.
Yeah. The hope that the star gives us is the only thing keeping us going. but I'm not sure it's real at all. It may just be a collective illusion. Otherwise, why would it always be out of reach?
We know you mean well, but you're only saying that to try and encourage us to keep going, aren't you?
Thank you, friend. But enough is enough. Please don't give me any more false hope. Hope is poison in this place. You're going to continue, aren't you? I admire that.
भाई ये लोग भी डैड होने
I've
वाले
given
भाई।
up, but I wish you the best.
It's not an illusion. We really are getting closer to the star.
Congratulations. You are the first person to make it here. I'm the star's envoy. The black mist has stopped rising. Its hunger is satisfied for now. This is a good opportunity. I'll let you get some rest before we continue. What do you mean, leave? This star represents the starting point. It's the waypoint for the beginning. Congratulations on reaching the starting point. Once you are ready, we will head out and walk upwards. Huh? What's wrong? Hey, don't give up before the journey's even begun.
Is that...
Coolish, wake up!
आ रहा है
Please
दोनों
wake
भी आ
up!
रहे भाई।
The situation is identical to that of the two casualties yesterday.
At least there are some elements that we can rule out this time. They slept on the stage with everyone else. So I suppose the surrounding environment can't be a relevant variable.
Rampana. Coolish.
Weren't some of us keeping watch last night? 3 of us, in fact. How could you not notice something was wrong?
I'm as confused as you are. Certainly nothing unusual happened on my watch.
Likewise, and from what I've observed so far, both Miss Odette and the Traveler can be trusted.
To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I couldn't help but think I was the target, so I just laid there with my eyes closed. I heard the Traveler and Lelic chatting, but otherwise I don't recall hearing any commotion during the night.
Me too. I didn't want to wake everyone up, so I was concentrating hard, trying not to cough. I hardly slept at all. If anything, then
what could possibly be causing this? Once was bad enough. I can't believe it happened again. I worked closely with Rampana and Coolish for so long. I never imagined that one day they'd... And on this stage of all places...
Vodianitsa.
4 victims in just 2 days, and we still don't have a single lead. I need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. And above all, keep Tonya safe. I'd never be able to look Child in the eye again otherwise.
Still snowing?
Yes, I just checked. Still no sign of anyone outside either.
So we only have ourselves to rely on.
If you ask me, this killer can clearly strike whenever they please. The Night Watch was a useless endeavor from the start. Lelic must be an expert in poisoning. Clearly she used some poison that can't be detected on...
Here we go again.
Listen, I was already thinking to myself last night, was Lelic's reason for revealing her identity the real story? Well, now I have my answer. She's been playing us for fools. You get off on this, don't you? Revealing your identity, only to carry on with your killing spree?
That's a hideous thought. One that only a hideous mind like yours could dream up.
How dare you?
That's enough. Yesterday, you named Lelik as a suspect because the victims were both wealthy merchants. Lelik might have had a motive then, but today's victims were just ordinary people. Not to mention that they were colleagues of Odette and mine. What reason would she have to murder them? Let me get...
Who knows? Maybe you don't know her as well as you think. I implore you all to ask yourselves, how many people are there really in this world that have what it takes to kill another person? Lelik is well known to be a ruthless operator, and now she has revealed her identity.
Everything you've said so far is still just conjecture, which doesn't constitute a concrete lead. You need to back up your claim.
How can you defend her, officer? What did she say to you while you were on night watch? Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. You military types are all so you can get your grubby paws on our hard-earned fortunes. Then tell us to fall in line. The Fatui, the Druzhna, and the Rokot. Thugs, the lot of you. Don't shoot.
Sir, but... You were the one who told us not to stop other people from expressing their opinion. 4 people have already died. Only yesterday I was chatting with Mr. Coolish. Then we woke up in the morning and he's... Turning against one another is the last thing we should be doing right now.
Little...
Even if Mr. Chuganov is a puffed-up, pig-headed windbag who doesn't have a clue what he's talking about, he's still one of the victims.
I had no intention of resorting to violence. But you're right, Miss Tonya. I ought not prevent him from speaking his mind. In any case, I believe Mr. Chuganov has calmed down a little now. We may resume our discussion.
I don't think there's any need for that. What is there to discuss? Nothing about this situation is normal.
Did you have an idea, Mitya? You're the brainiac here, right? Come on, clue us in.
I've been mulling something over. All the leads we have so far concern things from outside the theater. Miss Odette's alter ego, the threats Mr. Chuganov received. But then there's the 2 double murder crime scenes themselves, which have given us absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. That's highly unusual. Even with the most careful killers.
So what are you suggesting?
I think this could be a supernatural event. It isn't characteristic of human-on-human homicide.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you supposed to be a scientist? That doesn't sound like a conclusion someone like you is supposed to...
I got into scientific research because of my insatiable curiosity. But if the present situation defies all known scientific explanations, I don't mind shifting my curiosity toward the paranormal instead.
Now that you mention it, I remember when I first came to the theater. Haunted?
Yeah, I think I heard the same thing. But I mean, they're only rumors, right? We've worked here for years. Surely we would have noticed any spooky goings-on by now.
Well, this has taken an unexpected turn. A haunted theater? If Paimon were here, she'd probably be hiding behind me in fear.
Why don't we take this opportunity to look for clues again with a more open mind? Maybe a different perspective will help.
Very well. Whether it's criminals or ghosts we're looking for, the same rules apply. Everyone needs to tread carefully. I'll move the bodies into the same room for now.
अभी तो 4 लोग डेड हो चुके हैं। ये सभी के बैट्स उस पे बाहर लगा देंगे लिफ्ट में।
Valeri, come take a look at this.
Some sort of notebook.
It's the on-duty logbook for the theater. Coolish was the main. He mostly used it to record any unusual incidents during a show, audience numbers, exit times, and so on. Yes, he'd always have this logbook with him when he checked tickets at the entrance.
This should confirm a lot of key details about the recent show. So,
Yes, the number of people. I've checked and double-checked, but the numbers just don't match what's recorded in the. Apparently, we have an extra person among.
are we certain that logbook is accurate? Could someone have sneaked in without buying a ticket or something?
Unlikely. Coolish took his duties not to mention that this was a dress rehearsal, meaning smaller audience numbers and tighter ticket restrictions than usual.
We no longer have our tickets with us, do we? They got collected on entry.
Unfortunately not. The theater recycles tickets. Still, I'm inclined to believe that this discrepancy in the head count is significant.
Did an extra person just materialize out of thin air?
ऐसा नहीं है।
Ah, traveler. Since you're here.
Alosha found it. We're both curious to hear your perspective. It appears to be an investigation report. And the focus of the investigation was the rumors of haunting.
The commission is clearly must simplify the to all floors. कितने कनेक्ट हैं?
An investigation report, huh? Looks quite old. Huh. This person's name looks to be of Sumeru origin to me. Was the investigator?
The theater manager must have hired an investigator once specifically to look into this issue. But it doesn't look like anyone ever.
Presumably, the manager wanted to know if the supposed haunting was dangerous, while also being fearful of word getting out in case it affected the theater's business. Anyway, the bottom line is, the haunting is actually real after all. It's caused by an obstruction in the ley lines. Is there any chance this is the key to finally making some progress?
Ley line problems are pretty unexceptional to me by this point. And while it certainly offered, it's hard to imagine what connection it could have to these two.
Some of the language that appears at the very end of the report caught my eye. My area of research doesn't touch on any of that, so it's huh? A piece of paper just fell out from the report. It landed right by your feet. How unnerving. It was tucked inside the report, so it must be a note left by the author. Death is near. Is that supposed to be what's going on here? With us in the theater? But if so, how did the author foresee it? Could he predict the future somehow?
Maybe things are more complicated than we thought.
No, wait a second. If we take the report and the note at face value, they completely contradict one another. The report definitively concludes that the hauntings in the theater are harmless and cannot affect the real world. But the note seems to... The question is, what exactly does the note mean by death? The various ways we could interpret this keyword lead in completely different directions. Let's pause our analysis here for now.
Tonya? Did you find it?
Not yet. Still looking. So... Are we supposed to be looking for something?
This looks like somebody's notebook. Shall we read it to...
Well, it doesn't look scary. All right.
Huh.
Maybe it's a little rude for us to peek at this. I feel like I just read someone... It sounds like she's writing this for her parents, right? I don't understand. Why put this stuff in a notebook instead of mailing it in a letter?
Because her water imp parents belonged to the aristocracy, who were driven out of Snezhnaya by the Tsaritsa long ago. And now they... It's fine. My fault for not storing it properly. I can't leave things lying around and expect them to get ignored when... Alright, give me my notebook back.
If we take all this together, it's not impossible, is it? If anything, it's the natural conclusion.
Oh, I beg to differ. This sounds to me like a product of a researcher's vivid imagination. And perhaps it's because I'm still viewing this through the lens of a typical murder investigation. But still, I'm struggling to be persuaded by your theory.
Does it really sound that far-fetched? All right, well, let's treat that as speculation for now. I do agree with what you've said, so let's go with your idea for now.
Good. Okay, now that we finally have some meaningful leads, I think it's time to reconvene. Let's get the others. So, that's about everything we've done. I'll share my theory first. Based on what we've learned from the logbook, I believe the extra person among us is most likely the killer. If the killer had simply bought a ticket, it would have greatly increased the risk of their identity being exposed. I expect he or she either hid in the theater ahead of time, or found a way to slip past the ticket inspection. They then blended in with the group.
What about the note found in the investigation report? Any thoughts on how that fits?
The killer may have simply planted it there as some sort of sick joke. I've seen my fair share of psychopathic killers.
So, it has nothing to do with the haunting of the...
This theory makes sense to me. If we have an audience member unaccounted for, chances are they didn't come here to watch.
Could it really be that simple?
So, in other words, all we have to do is find out who got in here without a ticket, and all our problems will be... Then let me make one thing clear. All the theater staff should be well aware that I came here for the rehearsal legitimately, yes? There's no way I'm the one who didn't have a ticket.
It's true. I hear you used every trick in the book to get a hold of that ticket, too. Everything short of throwing a temper tantrum and...
I most certainly did not degrade myself in such a...
Probably a stupid question, but I might as well ask. Did anyone here get in without having their ticket? Guess it was naive of me to expect them to just admit...
Especially after the unprompted Lelik reveal. Once was already a miracle. Twice would be...
The most likely extra person who without it.
As things stand, the... Sounds like Chuganov went to a...
Like which one phone आया हुआ है without ticket? ये तो नहीं है। मैंने कोई टिकट नहीं ली है ना।
I got my ticket for... Valeri came to the theater. As things stand, the... I don't believe any of us here knew Shram before all this. Mr. Shram, did you really go through the ticket inspection to get in here?
Huh? Me? Why am I being singled out, my friend? Do I seem that suspicious?
It's not that you stand out as suspicious, more that everyone else has...
Okay.
Yeah, I have no doubt that you're a good person. But the problem is, none of us here actually know you, so no one can say for sure. Although, actually, what was it you said last night? Yeah, you're friends with that water imp. Last time I checked, there were barely any of us remaining in Snezhnaya, since most of the water imps left. Could you tell me a little bit more about your
Good grief. Are you blushing? Pull yourself together, man. Stop giggling like a teenage boy. It's revolting.
Hey, I was just the bodyguard hired by our family. But the stars must have aligned, because sparks began to fly between me and their daughter. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd get so...
We don't need details. Just get to the point.
Okay. I'm just a little hesitant to reveal her name, that's all. You know how it is. These are delicate times, even with me to protect her. If word gets out that she's dating a human, both the Fate and human factions will give her a hard time.
Really? Wait, no.
Huh? Shram, what the devil are you talking about?
Why is everyone looking at me like that? Surely you can understand where I'm coming from.
delicate times? Faction?
Yes. You know, the Civil War. Last time I checked, the Fae and the humans were still at each other's throats.
If I'm not mistaken, the last significant civil war in Snezhnaya in history was over 400 years ago, when Her Majesty the Tsaritsa had just taken the throne. And what...
What do you mean, 400 years ago?
What's going on here? Is Shram from...
All right, Mr. Mitya, you win this round. As far-fetched as it is, it appears that your theory...
I'm just as amazed as you are. I didn't even believe it myself, to be honest.
Is someone going to explain?
From the look on your face, you figured it out too, haven't you, Trap?
That seems to be the case.
Investigation report.
The theater's ley lines have been... Mr. Shram's statement prove and... For some unknown reason, yeah, that must.
ऑप्शन क्या है? Hidden near food.
The contents of the death is near.
Yeah, the logic is clear now. The investigation report said that there would be souls stuck wandering around the theater because the late Mr. Schramm must be. So when the note said death is near, it must have been referring to death as in the deceased, people who died a long time ago.
Someone who died.
In short, there's a dead person among us. The extra person we've been searching for.
You mean I'm a ghost? No. Don't make jokes like that, my man. There must, but even if I was dead, I know for a fact I didn't kill anyone these past 2 nights.
Yeah, even if all that's true, the report also said the souls inside the theater can't affect reality.
Then what if the problem isn't the souls at all? The ley lines have a powerful ability to attract and devour souls. Let's say that the ley lines are like a black hole, constantly seeking to engulf souls. But the souls that don't want to return.
Huh. Why does this analogy...
What happens when the black hole can't achieve its goal? I'm only speculating here, but what if it ended up swallowing innocent souls by mistake? Or intentionally taking other souls to come?
That could explain why we weren't able to determine a cause of death. If you're right, and their souls were devoured by the ley lines.
It does seem to explain a lot of the things we couldn't make sense of. Does that mean it's true?
Except there's no concrete evidence. Mitya is relying on a lot of luck still. It seems like the best explanation we have under the circumstances.
All right, so how could Schramm not know that he's dead? Seems a little unlikely that he hasn't noticed anything unusual even after several days in a...
On the contrary, it's perfectly normal for a soul to wander the theater for centuries without questioning their existence or reason for being there. It's simply what's natural for them.
You know what, Mr. Brainiac? I think you might actually be right after. I'm trying to remember it. Even though my head feels like it's going to explode, I think... I was the one who didn't want to remember my own death, so I forced myself to forget.
Well, I'm sure those are painful memories.
My lady and I snuck out to go on a date one day. We bought tickets for the theater. It wasn't really my thing, but I was just happy to be together. All of a sudden, a group of people burst into the theater, shouting for all the water imps to get out, performers and audience members included. It was clear the conflict between humans and Fae had reached a boiling point. This time, the extremists were even coming after the water imps who had nothing to do with the war. I thought I could pull one over on them, so I took off my jacket, draped it over my lady, and tried to sneak out amid the chaos. But I got caught. They started shouting, calling me a traitor to humanity. But I was going to do whatever it took to buy our chance to escape, no matter how many people stood in my way. I had to, both as their bodyguard and out of love.
It's all right, friend. You can stop there if you want. You don't need to dig all that up.
It's just, if I'd known I was a dead man walking, I wouldn't have dragged you down with me. If I'm the cause of all this death, then punish me.
But, Mr.
No. I refuse to be a burden. I know what I have to do. You said I've been wandering the theater for centuries. I guess it's high time I got a breath of fresh air. Out there, I mean. I'll leave this place and take all this...
Mr. Schramm, I'm sure we can figure out a different course.
My good sir, we both know I'm not supposed to be here. I should have accepted my death long ago. One way or another, this has to end. Unless you're saying this goes against another one of your military principles somehow.
No, I'm speaking on a personal...
Let it go, man. Oh, wait. One last thing. Miss Wateramp. My lover. Her name was Litia. Litia Ozarova. Do you know what happened to her?
Ozarova. Oh, Auntie Ozarova. That's what we all called her. I remember her as a very kind elder. She had...
I'm so glad she survived. And she had lots of kids? Good. That's... good. I could hardly expect her to stay single just as long as she went on to be happy. That's all that matters. Besides, I'm dead. My soul's been wandering around here for so long because I was worried about her. But now, there's no need to see me off, my friends. I've enjoyed our time together over these past few days.
ये डेड हो चुका है तो फिर इसकी बॉडी इधर की गई।
Take care.
I knew Mr. Shrimp was already dead.
Death is cruel, no matter how we might try to make sense of it.
So, was the conflict between Fae and humans really that bad back then? I was only little, so I don't remember much. It's terrible to think that so many innocent people had their lives turned upside. Even the historical records about that time period don't say much about. All people know is that the Tsaritsa founded the Fatui, drove out most of the Fae aristocracy without explanation, then used her.
It seems to me like the Tsaritsa chose to make herself the enemy. She downplayed the conflict, directing whatever animosity both sides. That's also why, despite how brutal the conflict was at the time, there hasn't been much lingering tension between humans and Fae since. Things have been fairly...
So, the Tsaritsa banished the Fae to protect the Fae living in the city? She offered herself up to be hated in exchange for peace.
Maybe it's not quite as bad as it sounds. I don't think Her Majesty is too concerned if mortals hate her or not. And besides...
All this time...
All right. If Mitia's theory is correct, then I think we can consider this matter...
Ugh. If only this blasted storm wasn't still...
ये तो बात है ये सब बातों कौन कर
Looks like now we can just rest until the snow... I still can't believe Shram turned out to be a ghost who'd been in the theater for hundreds of years.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
You know the door isn't closed, right? You don't have to knock.
Think of it as a signal then. When I'm entering someone else's room and I knock, I'm here as Odette. Thanks.
So, why did you come to find me? Is there something I can help with?
Vodyanitsa said you knew about my secret identity, but when everyone was discussing who Lelik could be, you were worried that revealing what you knew would be unfair to me. So you... Yes, I'm extremely grateful for that.
It's nothing. I mean, you didn't hold what happened to the Senora against me, so I should thank you for that as well.
Actually, there's something else as well. I found myself in a situation similar to the one you were in when you helped conceal my identity. So I thought I'd come and ask you for advice. It's about before all of this. The last time I saw him, he was dead. As I'm sure you know, my goal as Lelik was to stop Project Stuja. Well, when I found out the tech lead for the experiment behind Project Stuja was Mitia, I immediately started planning to track him. I often saw him around the theater, but I soon concluded that making my move there would risk exposure. So I decided to infiltrate the Armory Palace and go directly to his lab. That way, well, I suppose there was a bit of luck involved, but I am a Fatus, so I already had some familiarity with the buildings. But when I finally made it to his lab, Mitia seemed to be dead. I checked his breathing and his pulse. He had no vital signs whatsoever. I'm certain of that. I thought maybe another anti-Project Stuja activist had beaten me to it, and chosen a much more brutal method. So I made...
That's why you were so on guard around Mitia that first night here.
Yes. When I saw him sitting in the audience during the performance, I could barely contain the shock. To me, it was a miracle. Somehow, he'd come back from the dead. But then, the murders started happening and things got so complicated that it wasn't really at the front of my mind. That is, until Mitya himself said there must be a dead person among us. Then I couldn't ignore it any longer.
And yet, you thought that bringing it up right away would single Mitya out. Just like when everyone...
Exactly. I thought there could be something I was missed. Besides, we soon figured out that Mr. Schramm was a ghost. And we knew there was only one extra person.
But now it seems like there's another I understand why you kept it to yourself. There was so much information being thrown around during that discussion. Bringing up Mitya would have just introduced more...
So, what do you think we should do?
Let me confirm one thing first. When was it that you found Mitya dead?
Around a week ago. Sometime in the afternoon.
A week ago? That's earlier than I thought. I saw him just a few days ago at a restaurant. That definitely would have been after you found him dead. He seemed completely normal to me. Chatting with Vodyanitsa, trying to avoid Valeri.
So he was definitely alive on that day. Huh. Well, all I can say is I know what I saw.
Here's a thought. The reason we even suspected a dead person could be among us was because of the problem with the thief. But Mitya's death happened inside the Armory Palace. The ley line issue affecting the theater shouldn't reach that far.
You're right. I guess he doesn't fit the profile of the person we were...
I think the chances of it being him are very low. Surely he can't have died for real in the Armory Palace.
Unless what?
Unless he really did come back from the dead.
You're right. Do you think we need to disclose this to the others?
Huh, what's this? A private meet and greet? Where do I line up? Well, I was just making the rounds. Thought I'd try to lighten the mood a bit. Vodyanitsa's handing out food if you're hungry.
What is going on with this storm? Could it be connected to that monster that just...
I almost hope it is. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa left to vanquish that beast herself. We just need to wait for her triumphant return.
Do you think people still feel the cold after they die? I'm wondering about Schramm. Oh, maybe we should have given him a coat before he went out there.
Death itself is cold, isn't it? I'm sure the storm will embrace him.
Well, I hope he has a safe journey. I'm going to miss him, I think. It's not like we can blame him thinking back on it. We barely made it out alive ourselves. Once we get out of here, how are we going to explain what happened to their families?
Are you okay? Here, take this. I've never used it.
Look who's Mr. Nice Guy all of a sudden. Is it because Tonya stood up for you this morning? At least you know how to return a...
Yeah, without Tonya, who knows how badly he would have been hurt.
I told you already, I never intended to resort to violence.
Little girl? I was rather surprised when you spoke up for me this morning. I didn't think I had many admirers here, so...
Oh, no need to thank me. I said some bad stuff about...
I've been too embarrassed to admit it, but you remind me a lot of my daughter. So kind to everyone, but never lets her old man off the hook. Unless my wife and I are having a fight, then, especially when she was little. All right, easy now.
I don't know.
Are you taking anything for it?
Yeah. I'll be fine once I see my brother. He's gonna pick some frost fairy flower leaves and brew a tonic for me.
I see.
We should probably discuss arrangements for tonight. Now that the deceased has left our midst, there shouldn't be any more incidents. However, out of an abundance of caution...
Shouldn't we take shifts? I can take one if need.
No need. I managed to get a nap in earlier, so I have plenty of energy right now. After all the tension of the past few days...
What a long day. This whole situation turned out to be way more complicated than I expect, but Valeri's right. I should just try to calm down and get some rest. The last thing I want is to give myself nightmares.
जब भी सोने जाओ तो लगता है ड्रीम ना आए। Again ड्रीम भाई फिर से किसी को बोलो।
She's awake. She's awake! Get over here, you big lug, and take a look!
If you must call me something, call me Mr. Door. The Black Mist is coming. You need to go.
Again भाई।
Are you all right? Can you walk? We just got attacked by monsters on our way up. That Mr. He just seemed to come out of nowhere. Not much of a talker, but when it comes to taking down monsters, that man doesn't hold back. Curses! The Black Mist is catching up to us. We need to keep... Mr. Door, I don't believe I've ever seen you around here before. Why is that?
There's no need to try to get to know me.
Mr. Door, monsters! Get rid of them!
I can just push these ones off. No need to thank me. This is where my duty lies.
Just you wait.
ये HP के दिन यार।
So we're doing this the hard way.
You win this one.
Yes, you remarkable work, Mr. Door. If I had your muscles, I'd do the same. Are none of these doors the one you're looking for?
No.
Come in closer. Impossible.
Frost? Sure.
Impossible.
ये क्या थी जैसे obvious है।
Fighting Frost!
Goodness! I'm so exhausted. And the Black Mist is... Wait, look! There's more monsters down there! Are they coming from within the Black... No, no! They're gaining on us! Quick, keep going, or there'll be a... Mr. Door, what are you doing? We need to get out of...
Found it. This is my door.
What? You mean you're going to stay here?
I am a door. This is where my duty lies.
No! You saved us! We can't leave you behind!
You must keep going. A door can only keep things out for so long. You must...
You're right. Let's go! The Black Mist isn't moving anymore. Looks like both the monsters and I didn't just imagine all that, did I? Surely I wasn't so scared out of my mind that I... Oh, okay, good. There's no way we... Getting sleepy? Well, looks like we're safe for now. Go ahead.
What time? Oh, I guess everyone's still asleep. These past 2 days. Valeri? Wake up!
कैरेक्टर डाउन हो गया भाई.
Just like the last 2 nights. No clear cause of... I've been a real thorn in your side, haven't I, Mr. Valeri? But for me, life will be all the duller for not having...
How's Tonya? I just checked on her, and it doesn't seem like anything serious. She's just exhausted from the past couple of days, and she's still recovering from her illness.
That means...
If Valeri was awake and keeping watch, it would have been impossible to kill him without waking everyone else up.
This is so frustrating. Why has nothing changed since yesterday?
Actually, one thing has changed. There's only one victim this time, not 2.
Can a death at night even be defended? No similar after the deceased, it's a reasonable... Oh. The number of people who die each night is equivalent to the number of dead among us. That's your theory, right?
Exactly. We identified Mr. Shram, and the night after he left, the death toll dropped from 2 to 1. By that logic, there must be one more dead person left among us.
Another one? But there was only one person unaccounted for in the ticket checks, right?
Having an extra person was definitely a cause for alarm, but being one person short isn't nearly as unusual. Someone could have...
One more dead person among us. If Mitya's theory is right, then what Odette told me seems a lot. It's just, at the time, we had no reason to think there was more than one dead person. If only we'd taken it more seriously as a possibility. Maybe...
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I had information that could have been helpful, but I held back. I should have brought it up right away.
I'm partly to blame as well. I was too quick to dismiss Odette's concern.
What is this about? What have you two been getting up to behind my...
Sounds like there's some big news you've been keeping from the rest of us. Well? I'm the dead person? Wow, that's certainly news to me.
Odette and I talked about it yesterday, but we thought it just wasn't possible, so we left it at that.
Yeah, let me just try and verify this. I just scoured my memories trying to think back to the... But I honestly have no recollection of dying. That's where I'm different than Mr. Shram.
Having seen Mr. Mitya a few days ago myself, I also find it hard to believe he could be the other dead...
Well, if it isn't Mitya, then who? Do we vote?
If you don't mind me asking, Traveler, I believe you mentioned that you know Tonya's brother. Had you ever met her before all?
No, never. Wait.
Now, just 1 minute. I know where this is going. You can't just randomly point a finger at anyone you want. You're in the hot seat, and all of a sudden you want to divert our suspicions on...
Trying to pick a fight, Mr. Chuganov? Whenever you open your mouth, all you do is attack people, and I've had enough of it. If you don't want to engage in a civil discussion, you...
Did Mitya ask about Tonya because he suspects her? I suppose I only identified her by age and nothing else.
I'm just saying, you're going around casting suspicion on people for no reason. I can vouch for her, if nothing else. I've seen her before. She's the sister of that Harbinger, isn't she?
Oh, really? You're telling the truth?
Since being here, I don't think I ever mentioned she was Child's sister specifically. Does Chuganov actually know her?
If Chuganov can vouch for her, then it can't be Tonya either. In which case, It seems unlikely that there's another dead person among us at all. Miss Odette, could you go over that afternoon with me one more time, when you found me dead?
No problem.
No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember anything about dying. But I do remember something else. Miss Vojanitsa, during our last meal together, I told you how some of the researchers were suffering from temporary memory loss.
Oh, yeah. You said it was hindering the progress of your experiments. You thought they were just under too much stress?
Right. And even though I don't remember dying that day, I'm pretty sure I experienced something like some of my memories from that afternoon.
Are you suggesting you're missing the memory of you?
Of course. How am I only just realizing this? Humans aren't necessarily aware of their own death.
You mean being silently assassinated or dying in your sleep? Situations like that?
The researcher's amnesia. So, I must thank you, Odette. I think your perspective just helped me reach a breakthrough on a series of issues that have been troubling me for quite some time. All right. It's decided.
Come on, kid. Aren't you gonna fight for your life? This seems like a rash decision.
I have other reasons beyond what's been discussed. And I remember during Miss Odette's performance, while I was sitting in the audience stalls, a brilliant new idea for my research popped into my mind. But then, my train of thought suddenly, I can't remember it now at all. And I didn't take any notes. I guess that must be another instance of temporary amnesia.
No. Hold on. I see where you're going with this. You're suggesting that each instance of temporary amnesia, there's a glaringly obvious flaw in that idea, no? How can one person die so many times?
I believe Miss Odette's account. During the period where my memory is blank, I must have been either dead or in a similar... All it would take is for the same thing to happen in the theater, and I would come under the effect of the ley lines in this vicinity. There's no evidence to suggest that anyone other than me is a candidate for the deceased. So allow me, as a scientist, to treat this as an experiment. Please relax, everyone. I don't think things are as bad as they may seem. If I really am the deceased, then to leave the theater will be a relief for me. If, on the other hand, I'm still alive right now, well, apparently you've all witnessed my resurrection recently anyway. Who's to say I won't return from the dead again this time?
Michi's right. This is the only thing we can try right now. I think he's deliberately downplaying the gravity of the situation, though. He probably doesn't want to burden...
What is a scientist? With this snowstorm, the ley line phenomenon, ghosts of the dead, and my amnesia, we've been paralyzed by not knowing and powerless to do anything about it. But if I do get resurrected, you can be sure that I'll come back with the truth of all this. Just you wait.
Beyond the loop.
Poor Mr. Micha. Maybe it's a good thing that you weren't there to see it. It was a hard thing to watch.
I hate goodbyes. Why does it feel like everyone around me is slowly disappearing? Not just in here, I mean. In the outside world, too.
Maybe it's the realization that, at the end of life, everyone has come to think of it. The main reason we're still alive right now is pure luck. Each morning here, for every one of us, there's the chance that we might not. You could take it a step further and say that the same is true outside, too. Who can ever be 100% sure when they drift off to sleep? If I make it out of here, I'm going to cherish every moment that I'm awake.
Without regrets? I feel like a strange sense of anxiety has been quietly growing inside me over the last...
Are you okay? If something's bugging you, let's talk about it. There's only a few of us left here now. After everything we've been through, what's the point in
I have a travel companion named Paimon. Alosha and Odette have met her before. She's been feeling unwell recently.
You're worried about her, aren't you? That makes sense.
We've been trapped in here for days.
To be honest, I used to feel like I was just a spectator in this world, watching everything that happens from the sidelines. Maybe it's because I'm a descender? But with Paimon by my side, over time, I slowly felt my connection to this world growing stronger. She loves eating, sleeping, and having fun, but she's also a great guide. It's her authenticity that makes this whole world feel more real. Over the last few days that we've been apart, I've often caught myself wondering, what would Paimon say if she were here right now? But by the time I snap out of it, the conversation has already moved on, and I'm trying to overcome this sense of detachment, but I really miss Paimon. I guess, in a way, she means...
I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but back when the water imps left Snezhnograd in droves, I also felt like the whole world was suddenly empty. I could be surrounded by people all smiling and having fun, and still feel completely separate. Later on, I started to think, maybe accepting the fact that our loved ones won't always be with us is something that takes a lot. All we can do is cherish their companionship So, once we get out of here, you better hurry back to our side as fast as you can. You can't let your story end in regret. That's the trope I hate.
Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear.
But Vodyanitsa, if you hate goodbyes too, why didn't you leave with your people?
That's just the choice I made. I used to regret it, but I don't anymore. Like I said before, singing is a water imp's primary mode of expression. It's how we convey our emotions. Our songs have echoed through this theater for hundreds of years, each one a story pieced together through moments of joy and sorrow. But does a story exist without someone to read it? So I made the choice to stay. That way, there would still be someone left to sing these songs and listen to their stories.
Could you teach me how to understand your people's songs sometime? I want to be able to truly hear them, like Mr. Shram.
A fan after my own heart. Thank you, Tonya. How about I sing something for you, and you tell me what you hear?
Okay. I've never heard that one before. I feel like I can hear a sense of longing somehow.
Color me impressed, Tonya. Most people can only tell if a song is happy or sad. I didn't think you'd be able to pick up on such specific details.
So, what's the song about then?
I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of a ceremonial purpose for our people. It's not meant for this. It means something like, may those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home in the night, so that we might be reunited.
No wonder I could hear that sense of longing. You sing it for loved ones who have passed away.
It's getting late, Tonya, and you're not well. We should all turn in early. I suppose there's no reason to keep watch tonight.
Okay, but, before I go to bed, could you sing that song a couple more times for me?
Of course!
Once I get out of here, but I guess that means I'll never get to hear Vodyanitsa sing it before I fall asleep. I should cherish this moment of companionship.
again my dreaming.
Where
भाई इसका place अलग है भाई.
so dark in here.
ये कौन है? पीछे कौन है?
What was
कोई assassinate करने आया है कोई वो.
Return, O spirits. Fulfill your oath of protection. No time for questions. Quick, over here. Turn on the switch. All right, we're safe. The spirit just now is called Night Prayer. The light subdues her, but she'll attack without a second thought in the dark. Sort of. I know it's hard, but you can't let this place go dark, or she'll kill you again. Yep. Luckily, I was here to resurrect you. Otherwise, that'd have been a real bummer.
a bit more than a bummer, I'd say. Wait, so you have the ability to resurrect people?
Sure I do. I'm your guardian spirit after all. I specialize in soul recall. Oh, it's nice to meet you, by the way.
Oh, thanks. It's...
All right, there's no time to waste. The black mist is already catching up. We need to avoid it at night. We need to reach the next switch before the place gets too dark. If we bring the light back, Night Prayer won't be able to get to us. Sweet light! It's back! Now that's a sight for sore eyes.
I'm back. Hey.
It's night prayer. We need to move quick, but don't let her notice you. Look out!
Hey. ये गाना स्टार्ट करा
Return, O spirits. Fulfill your oath of protection. The next switch is over there.
ये नेट अभी ये कहाँ
No, night prayer is here too. This can't be the only path. Let's head up there and take a look. The switch is just up ahead. Hurry!
आजा भाई नेट पे मैं अटैक कर देता हूँ
And Kate! It's too dark. We're not gonna make it. Traveler! I won't let you die like.
यार लोगों को धुआं मार दी रही बड़ा अजीब है
Even though it's not permanent, dying is definitely not a pleasant experience.
Great.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Time for you to get out of here. Quick.
What about you? You're not coming with me?
I can't. I've already been used up. A guardian spirit's skills are finite. I can only resurrect someone so many times. I might not look any different, but my essence has been exhausted. Now, I can go no.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything. That knowledge would have just burdened you. Go. Now, before it's too late. Onianitsa! How could this happen? Onianitsa!
Well, I guess there's no need to...
रूलर ऑफ डेथ है ये, इसके बीच में मुझे लग रहा है ठीक। अब तो कितने जने रह गए वैसे? 1 2 3 4।
This wasn't supposed to happen. You lied to us, didn't you, Chugan?
Take a long, hard look at yourself before you go around. I suspected you on day 1, Lilic, and now look where we are. By some strange coincidence, you've never been targeted. You just happen to have survived this long? And you, little hunter, ever so content with staying on the sidelines. Yet you were the one who stopped it.
Now you're just lashing out indiscriminately. That's either a sign of anxiety. Where was all this passion and bravado before? Decided to fight until the bitter end. Is that
a threat? Fine, bring it on. You think I'm afraid to die after all this? You want to kill me? Go ahead.
After all the Valeria and Nietzsche aren't here anymore. But first, I need to think this through. Considering everyone left.
Maybe you.
I clearly remembered. They're dead, yes, but he's arguably the first. Of those who remain, people are easily misled by first impression, but Mr. Chuganov vouched for Tonya's identity yesterday. Tonya, how's Tusser been lately?
Tusser?
Your brother Ajax must have mentioned me in his letters home, right? Did he say anything about a blonde trap?
No. And my brother's name is Razik, not Ajax.
Chuganov, looks like it's your turn to do some explaining. Yesterday you said you could vouch for Tonya. Why did you give us a false testimony?
I knew you were behind this, Chuganov. You've been lying through your teeth from the start. Everything about you is fake. Down to the wife and daughter you're always talking about. That night, when I infiltrated your place as Lilic, I noticed you were home alone. Didn't think much of it at the time, but thinking back on it now, that doesn't seem very likely. My guess.
Curses! Oh, why is there no end to this blasted snowstorm? If it would just...
The reason I'm always coughing is because I got sick with frostbite. Though it's not a very common illness. It's partly genetic and partly caused by the cold climate. But it can be fatal. They sent me to the hospital as soon as they found out I had it. And I spent so long lying there in that hospital bed. After a while, I felt myself growing weaker and weaker. Nothing seemed to be working anymore. Neither the treatment that the doctors were giving me, nor the medicine my brother was brewing from frost fairy flower. So one day, I told my brother that I wanted him to take me outside for once, so things could be like they used to, just for one day. He agreed. He snuck me out of the hospital, and we got to the theater, bought tickets, and went inside. Oh, it was all so exciting. I remember the show very clearly. It was amazing. But I found myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Oh.
When I woke up, I couldn't find my brother anywhere. So I guessed, but there's no way he'd leave me behind. So I decided to stay here and wait for him. At the time, I figured he'd probably gone to brew some more medicine for me. I was planning to chew him out for abandoning me when he got back.
Tonya, it sounds like by then you'd...
Yeah, I know. I understand now. Dead, aren't I? This cough and the feeling weak. It's probably after all of that. It turns out I can't blame my brother after all. I'm sorry, everyone. I realized this much too late. It seems like death skewed my perception. And now I've dragged you all in.
Your name probably isn't even Tonya, is it? Didn't that ever strike you as odd over the last few days?
Well, when I was little, my brother and I read a storybook. Antonia is the name of one of the characters. When we escaped from the hospital, our family and the hospital security were looking at. So when you first approached me and said my brother had sent you and called me Tonya, I thought he must have chosen a fake name that only the two of us would know. Because he was afraid of getting caught. No. It seems like that was just wishful thinking. At least your memory of death isn't painful. That is a small Now it's your turn, Chuganov. Talk to us. I believe no lie is ever told without a...
You're right. I was lying. I happen to know that the Harbinger child and his sister Tonya managed to get tickets, so I lied to you and pretended I knew them. And yes, I was lying about my family too. The truth of the matter is, I lost them a long time ago. I just refused to accept reality. And now I've spent the second half of my life living a lie. My daughter's name was Iskra. And before you ask, yes, Iskra, as in Iskra Manufacturing Plant. She also died from the snow cough. She was just 6 years old. If she were still alive today, she'd be around the same age as little Tony. After Iskra passed, my wife couldn't bear to face those memories either. So she chose to start a new life. One day when I came home from work and saw the empty room, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I soon discovered that this was the only thing.
Nothing more than a pathetic means of escapism, I know. But at least it's not a crime. So explain your false testimony.
The night before last, when I was chatting with Tonya, she mentioned that her brother would brew medicine for her from Frost Fairy Flower. Combined with her various symptoms, I suddenly understood everything, including the fact the snow cough used to be an incurable illness. I would pick Frost Fairy flower leaves to brew medicine for Iskra too. But the year after my daughter passed away, the Jester of the Fatui announced that a cure for frost blight, also known as the snow cough, had finally been developed. It turned out that all previous treatments were completely ineffective. No better than random concoctions. That was the final straw for me. I just couldn't take it anymore. Just one more year. So, more than anyone, I know full well that in this day and age, no one in their right mind would still be using frost flower leaves to brew medicine for the snow cough. Poor Miss Tonya, therefore, had to have been from an era when snow cough was still a terminal illness.
So, you projected your daughter onto her, even though you knew she was one of the dead?
That doesn't make any sense. You knew she was already dead. What did you hope to achieve by protecting her?
I just don't believe in your crackpot theories, nor do I approve of your actions. How can you just declare a living person dead and throw them out into that snowstorm? Nitia's gone. My good buddy Shram's gone. And now it's Tonya's turn, isn't it? The others I can make my peace with, but little Miss Tonya, here she is, standing right in front of us, alive and breathing, and fighting her own battles. Yet you're quite happy to say she's dead? I just want her to live. Once this snowstorm is over, the very moment it stops, I'm going to march out that door and find someone who can fetch the very best medicine for her snow cough. I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you cast her out into the snowstorm before I have the chance to cure her. Not again. Not this time. Not when the cure is right within our grasp. I'd never be able to forgive myself.
Mr. Chuganov, stop. I can't let you do this.
Tonya.
By the sounds of it, you've known I was dead since the night before last, right? I really liked Mr. Valeri, Mr. Mitya, and Miss Vodyanitsa. And now they're all dead because of me. I'm not happy about that. The reality is, you've been trying to fight your own demons through me. But all you've really done is trap me inside your delusion along with you.
No! Listen to me. I want to save you. I do!
Well, at this point, I'm quite sure that I'm dead. I don't need to be saved. The time I got to spend with all of you is more than enough for me. Despite all the bad things that kept happening, I got to meet so many interesting people and spend so many days and nights by your side. Since the day I escaped that hospital until now, this has been an adventure I never even dared to dream of. I'm very fond of you all. If it were only possible, I'd trade my soul to bring back the ones who died. If it meant things didn't have to end like this. And that's why I'm not fond of you at all, Mr. Chuganov. It's them that you owe an apology to, sir. Well then, I suppose this is it.
You're leaving already? It's still early. Don't...
No. My name is Patashka. It was nice meeting you all.
Feels strange that we're only being properly introduced now that it's time.
Tashka.
What are you doing, Chuganov? Are you crazy?
Let me leave. I can't keep lying.
In your dreams. Don't think you're getting off that easy when you had a hand in the deaths of so many people. The Fatui have honed quite an array of enhanced interrogation techniques since they were founded. Once we're out of here, Lelik will personally give you a taste of... I think we should leave. I doubt this snowstorm is ever going to stop. For all we know, this storm might have destroyed all of
Wait, we finally solved the mystery of the haunted theater today. Maybe let's at least try to enjoy tonight?
Fair enough. I don't particularly feel like...
And yet you won't let me die first?
Hey, Chuganov, on a serious note, if we do make it out of here, you should close down that factory of yours. A lot of people are freezing thanks to you.
Is this really the time to be discussing my factory? All right, fine. I'll shut it down. Doesn't matter to me anymore.
Am I hearing things? Or was that a knock at the door? There it is again. But I don't
Should we open the door?
Is this it? Is this nightmare finally over? If the last few days are anything to go by, I probably shouldn't be getting my hopes up. Whatever lies beyond that door at this moment, it could be something even more terrifying than everything we've been through so far.
Hey everyone, I'm back.
How are you doing? Feeling any better?
Much better, thanks. Whew, it is so good to have you guys here. I was a little worried that the theater would be empty by the time I got back. Let me see. Tonya and Vodyanitsa died last night. And then you discovered that Tonya was the other dead person. Am I right?
Not Tonya.
First, tell it.
You're right. The thing that got me back safely was a song. I heard someone singing. After walking into the snowstorm, my mind grew hazy. I don't know how long I walked through the storm before my mind completely slipped away. Then, suddenly, I heard the sound of singing. The voice instantly brought me back to my senses, and I regained consciousness. So I followed the voice, searching for the source of the singing. I searched and searched, until finally, just a few moments ago, there was the entrance to the theater.
I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of a ceremonial purpose for our people. It's not meant for the stage. It means something like, "May those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home in the night, so that we might be reunited once more."
That must have been Vodyanitsa's Requiem. Who knew it actually worked?
That song is meant to guide the souls of the dead. Mitya, that must mean that you...
Huh. No kidding. Huh, seemed like I guessed right then. This is what I've been so desperate to... When I first stepped out of the theater, I was still quite lucid. My memory of it is still pretty I remember the outside world being completely different than what I'd expected. It was like this was a world where only the snowstorm existed. There wasn't a trace of any humans or buildings ever having been there. I don't know how else to describe it, except to say that it just didn't seem like the real world. And as for the Requiem, if I was guided here by Vodyanitsa's song, it can only mean that I must already be dead. But I didn't experience a clear moment of death while I was out there. Nor do I feel any different now than before I walked into the snowstorm.
You don't seem any different to me either. In fact, this is something I've been wondering about for a while now. If souls aren't physical, shouldn't they? Both Shram and Patashka were clearly deceased, and yet their souls didn't look or feel like ghosts at all. They were visible, tangible, no different than you or me.
This raises a truly terrible thought. Is that really what Mitya is suggesting? Mitya said, the Requiem called... Mitya's soul was summoned back by the Requiem, confirming that he is indeed already dead. And yet, of course, then maybe we've all been...
Everyone is remembering.
Yes. I think that this is probably the afterlife.
What did you say?
Afterlife? I heard you.
You heard me. We died in the theater. All of us did. But due to an obstruction in the theater's ley lines, our souls are trapped here, while an endless, infinite snowstorm rages outside. It's ironic, really. All that time, we were working so hard to figure out who the deceased among us were, when the truth was, we were all deceased. The only difference being some of us died more recently than others. Do you remember that note, "Death is near"? Seems like we misunderstood what it meant after all. Death was nearer than we wanted to think all along. The note simply meant that all of us were already dead.
So all our attempts to survive, our search for the deceased, it was all for nothing.
Hard to say. At the very least, we hope 2 lost souls find clarity and go to where they belong. The presence of those 2 is probably what caused our souls to be drawn in by the ley lines. In which case, the deaths we've awoken to over the past few days were just souls returning to the ley lines.
If what you're saying is true, doesn't that make us the lost soul? Huh, no wonder. This afternoon, when I was moving Vodyanitsa's body, I noticed that the other bodies in the room hadn't decayed one bit after all these...
That's further proof that those aren't physical bodies at all, but merely our shells here in the afterlife.
Am I really dead? This doesn't feel real to me at all. No, that's impossible. This cannot be how it all ends.
I still find it hard to believe that all of us are dead. How exactly did we die in the real world? None of us have any memories of dying, right?
Not even knowing how we died is preposterous. Good grief. Surely there has to...
Exactly. It's hard to rest in peace when you don't even know how you died. It gave me lots to think about as I strode out into the snowstorm. I racked my brains trying to remember the cause of my death, the exact moment I died, the root of all of this, right up until my... Wait. Hold on. Right before I lost consciousness, I think I saw something. I can't remember. And I think I lost my notebook and pen.
Mitya, your hand. Is that blood on your fingers?
Huh? You're right. There's blood on the fingertips of my right hand. Looks like it's already dried. When did that happen? What the?
Ruler of death, right?
I guess this was what I saw. I must have desperately drawn it in my own blood right before losing consciousness. What's wrong? Do you recognize the symbol?
It's Renova, the ruler of death. Alosha, do you still remember that Snezhnayan folktale you told me about? It was about the Grim Reaper. When someone's about to die, he appears as an incarnation of someone familiar to guide their soul into the afterlife. And as soon as you recognize his face, your life is over.
I heard a similar tale when I was little. You think the Grim Reaper in this story refers to the ruler of death you mentioned?
That's right. In which case, death is near could also mean that the Grim Reaper is here, disguised in a familiar form.
Death, the deceased, and the Grim Reaper? So it's a triple entendre. When I first saw this note, I thought it contradicted the investigation report. But now it seems like that was the whole intent.
So the Grim Reaper deliberately misled us. Then we started suspecting each other and searched for the deceased while they hid in plain sight.
By that logic, the one person most likely to be the Grim Reaper incarnate is... Identifying the Grim Reaper... Identifying the Grim Reaper... No doubt about it. Looking back at how everyone has acted over the past few days, Alosha is most likely the Grim Reaper lurking among us. Is it you, Alosha? You were the first to discover the investigation report, and you had plenty of time to slip the note in.
So? Surely you can't suspect me based on that alone. What if someone else found the investigation report first, slipped the note inside, and then put it back without telling anyone?
There's no denying it. The note could easily have been slipped in much earlier than it was discovered.
That's not all. I've also noticed that, although on the surface, Valeri, Mitya, and sometimes I were the ones taking charge of the situation, looking back now, even though you didn't say much, you were always subtly guiding
What do you mean?
You were the one who emphasized how dangerous it was outside and insisted we all stay here. It was also you who suggested that we all sleep in the same place. And earlier today, you tried to convince Patashka to stay. I don't understand why, but it was out of character.
So, you didn't understand my intentions, and now you're assuming the worst. Seems pretty unreasonable.
He still won't admit it? Fine. Let's see how he responds to the most damning evidence of all.
The biggest question I have right now is, if the Grim Reaper is impersonating Alosha, then where's the real Alosha? When did they switch?
After the performance by the Snow.
No. No. That's right. This was right at the start, before any victims had even emerged. Alosha was switched with the ruler of death. When all this began, right after the performance ended and the snowstorm began to pick up, no one suspected anything unusual. We just assumed we were snowed in. It wasn't until we discovered the bodies the morning after that we realized something out of the ordinary was going on. But it's clear now that the oddities actually started earlier than that, when Dimov walked into the snowstorm and never came back.
Right. So Mr. Dimov was the first victim, not Sobolova and Torgov.
And if we pinpoint that moment as the beginning of this incident, then one thing becomes clear, Alosha. You are the only person who walked into the snowstorm and came back without the help of Vojanitsa's Requiem.
More precisely, Alosha never came back at all. The one who came back was the Grim Reaper.
Not bad. Well, since you've backed me into a corner, I suppose there's no point in keeping up the act anymore.
Alosha?
You're the Grim Reaper?
I am no such tired cliché. Mortals should address me as the ruler of death. Before being wiped out for good, you identified the two deceased, and even sensed my presence. A commendable achievement. Far beyond what I expected.
I heard you can ferry souls. Those deaths each night. Were they—
Your initial conclusion was correct. Due to the existence of the two deceased, the ley lines yearned to reclaim those long-lost souls. Every night they devoured an equal number of souls to fill the void. This required no intervention from me. Though, of course, ferrying souls is indeed my authority. Here, take a look.
What are you doing?
That takes care of today's two. Don't get so worked up. You are already dead, and your souls must return to the ley lines.
I know we're already dead. You murdered us, didn't you?
Murdered? No. Murder is when mortals usurp my authority. Death is my jurisdiction. If I require someone to die, I need not resort to such laborious methods. You simply met the criteria to trigger my curse of death.
I know about the curse of immortality. So there's another death-related curse too? You cursed us? When? And why would you do such a thing?
So often, humans pray to me, begging to know when their death will come, and what form it will take. But few people ask why. If you must have an answer, know that death comes simply because one's time has come.
So you're not going to tell us the truth?
Hold your tongue. By all rights, you shouldn't even be allowed to speak with me. Those angels from the past are to blame for their reckless renovation of the ley lines here. It's made my work on this occasion infuriating.
Work? So trapping us here, making us watch our friends die, that's just another day at work for you?
Yeah.
You clearly have a lot of questions. Fine. As a reward for your remarkable accomplishments over the past few days, I shall answer a few of your inquiries, provided they aren't too unreasonable. After the physical body dies, the soul must return to the ley lines for that person's death. My work encompasses the entire process of death, including, naturally, the guiding of souls into the ley lines, with which you must also be rather familiar with Natlan's Night Kingdom, I presume? It was I who supported the creation of the Night Kingdom. It provided a convenient means of guiding the souls of Natlan. Here, too, the ley lines connected to the theater underwent some modifications. The angels hoped to make them capable of accommodating the souls, but this actually hindered their ability to accept ordinary souls to some degree. This effect manifested itself after you died from the curse in the theater, leaving you stranded in the afterlife, unable to achieve a complete death. But if souls who die from the curse of death fail to return to the ley lines within a short window of time, they will miss their chance. Then, They will remain forever suspended between life and death, no longer subject to the authority.
So if you don't resolve this matter soon, and see all our souls return to the ley lines before long...
Mitya is sharp. This must be what Renova was worried might happen, and the reason she got involved to begin with. But if you have the authority to guide souls, why didn't you just show yourself and get it over with? Why hide among us in the form of Alosha?
You seek to understand the mind of a god. Very well. I'll tell you. This is a theater, and I decided I wanted to watch a show about death. That's why I encouraged you to take the events to this. I found myself getting quite immersed. I suppose the entertainment you provided makes up for all the trouble you've caused me by being so defiant in the face of death. There. Are you happy with my answer?
Can't say I am.
Really? But it fits the stereotypes you humans have about gods.
Just moments ago, you were complaining about how infuriatingly complicated your work here has been. Work is work, I get it. There are times when it's a huge pain, but you just have to get it.
That's a rather unique perspective for a human. You are in fact correct. There is a pain point in this case. Due to the obstruction in the theater's ley lines, there is a hard limit on the number of souls they can receive each day, making it impossible for me to ferry all your souls at once. Revealing my identity too soon would inevitably have led to futile resistance, and there was a risk that any souls who chose to run would disappear. Then there was the issue of the 2 lost souls you called the deceased. The way you resolved that quandary was all part—
That's what I don't understand. If all of us were souls of the dead, what made their presence among us special?
For centuries, they have refused to return to the ley lines, exploiting the issues created by the angel civilization to resist being drawn in. Centuries of obsession accumulated during this process. You may think of this obsession as the resentment of the dead, and in this quantity, it was a bomb that could have detonated at any moment. It reached the point where I could not afford to leave it unchecked. But the only way to fix it was to help them acknowledge their own deaths, make peace with their regrets, and willingly walk into the snowstorm. Only then, with my guidance, could they finally return to the ley lines. Otherwise, you would not like to know what the consequences would have been.
I vaguely remember seeing Patashka, but in the most terrifying form. Was that in a dream? Is that what would have become of her if she hadn't returned to the ley line?
I see your dreams brought you many revelations. So you see, death in fact grants wisdom to mortals. Souls connect to all things in the world and see the chain of cause and effect between them. Anyway, giving psychological counseling to lost souls is not my strong suit. That is more of an angel's role. It was something I could not resolve directly using my authority, so I decided it was easier to leave the bomb defusal to you. Meanwhile, of course, their presence caused the souls of other members of your party to return to the ley lines each night. From where I stand, that was killing 2 birds with one. As both issues slowly resolved one another without me having to lift a finger, all I had to do was stay close by and keep the situation under control. Then use my authority to wrap things up at the end. And, of course, while I was at it, I thoroughly enjoyed watching this drama, dealing with death from a mortal perspective, play out on the stage.
Sounds like you had it all figured out, Grim Reaper. I just did the math. You said there's a hard limit to the number of souls the ley lines here can receive each day. It's 2, isn't it?
That much is obvious, even to a fool.
It's time to review this whole affair. If the ley lines can only take in 2 people per day, I need to go over the deaths from these past few days again. Looking back now, none of us had the faintest idea at the time. From the moment the staff member named Demoth walked into the snowstorm, the incident had already begun. Alosha was the second to walk into the snowstorm. During this process, the ruler of death assumed his identity, making... During our first night in the theater, everyone was caught up in the novelty of it all. No one could have expected there would be victims the very next morning. Despite all the confusion, and with the help of hindsight, we finally began to realize that something was amiss with the snowstorm. No. No. No.
Here to go. Check करना. और कौन day 2 पे हुआ था?
The ley lines devoured Torgov and Sobolova on the first night. At the time, we thought this might be a murder case connected. Odette and I spoke a lot that night. 3 people were on watch, but in the morning, we discovered that someone had fallen victim all the same.
And this lady.
The deaths of Kulish and Ranpana caused everyone to stop suspecting Lelek. Unexplainable phenomena occurred one after another, leading Mitya to suspect that we were caught up in a supernatural event. Later, we discovered that there seemed to be an extra person among us, and subsequently discovered the existence of the deceased. Mr. Shram realized he was the deceased and walked into the snowstorm to return to the ley lines of his own accord.
And next person on the...
We thought it was all over, but Mr. Valeri's death was a rude awakening for everyone. Once again, the ley lines consumed him during the night. A lot happened today. Mr. Valeri's death led us to discover the connection between the number of deceased and the number of victims during the night. The fact that there was more than one deceased seemed to bring us back to square one. Odette revealed some information she had been keeping to herself. Although Mitya did indeed walk into the snowstorm that day, he returned from the ley lines with the help of Vodyanitsa's wreck. The void in the ley lines hasn't been filled. So, let's rule out Mitya for now.
And who
Vodyanitsa was swallowed by the ley lines in her sleep, but the requiem she sang before falling asleep. No. No. As it happened, Patashka filled the void left by Mitya's return from the ley lines by walking into the snowstorm this morning. The girl I thought was Child's sister, Tonya, turned out to be another of the theater's deceased. Come to think of it, Patashka was about to walk into the snowstorm, and Renova, unaware that Mitya would return, was concerned that her soul would overflow from the ley lines. Looking back, no one could have expected anyone who walked into the snowstorm to return. But just after nightfall, Mitya returned, bringing crucial information with him. Various truths began to surface, including that all of us were already dead, and that the ruler of death was here among us. Then, after revealing her true form, Renova callously claimed 2 souls. In fact, now... that covers everything.
Your work isn't finished here yet, is it? The Traveler and I are still standing here.
The Water Imp's song threw things off a little, but it is of no consequence. The ley lines have already anchored your soul, and the first ray of light tomorrow morning will take you back. I, meanwhile, need to review my attitude towards...
So, the reunion in the night that Vojanitsa mentioned, I suppose that was never meant to be a permanent reunion.
That just leaves you, Traveler. My power only allows me to temporarily separate your soul from your body. The ley lines of Tevat would not accept you, and your soul is firmly anchored to your body by your will. For a descender like you, who is not bound by Tevat's rules, your death can only be brought through the most violent of means, such as directly destroying either your body or soul. I have no interest in involving myself with Descenders, for now. Although, this may change if Asmodee remains missing, or you insist on interfering with our affairs.
One last question then. All our struggles and sacrifices here, they were meaningless from the very beginning.
Death abides no reason. Besides, what you call sacrifice is merely a concept to me. It is nothing more than a self-indulgent charade in the face of death. Mere mortals fantasizing that their actions could reclaim something from my grasp. A truly laughable idea.
Grim Reaper, you really know how to get on my nerves.
I'm not here to ingratiate myself with you. I kill merely because your deaths are necessary.
Oh, you've made that quite clear. But humans don't take well to being scorned. Not even by the gods.
This is futile. You must know that you are powerless against me in my own domain. I suggest that you save your strength.
For what? Maybe we can't change it. But if nothing else, we can at least teach you to have some respect for the dead.
Audacious.
How are you holding up?
What happened to me?
How much do you remember?
What do you mean? Is the performance over? I can't seem to recall.
Has Odette already forgotten? Mitya?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I spaced out there for a yeah, I remember now, Conrad. Looks like we guessed right. Just like me when Odette found me at the Armory Palace. For some reason, everyone killed by the ruler of death eventually, just with one catch. They forgot what happened while they were dead.
Odette and the others have already forgotten everything.
Could this be the reason? You said this is the ruler of death's symbol, right?
I don't see anything there.
You don't? Huh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I carved this into my hand in the afterlife, so it's not visible in the physical world. Does that mean I carved this symbol into my soul? What an unsettling thought. Still, at least I get to remember what happened. I suppose it's a blessing in disguise. What about you, though? The ruler of death mentioned that you're a descender? Is that why you can remember?
A full explanation would get complicated very quickly, but that's essentially it.
Well then, now that it's all over, let's figure out what we've learned. The first thing I notice is that everything here is precisely as we left it, right before our deaths. This confirms that time passes differently in the afterlife than in the real world.
They say that right before death, time slows down and your whole life flashes before your eyes.
That must be how you know you have one foot in the afterlife by that point. Anyway, clearly the few days we spent in the afterlife probably only amounted to a few short. This also aligns with previous reports of widespread temporary memory loss among the Armory Palace personnel. Now it seems likely that to those unaware of the truth, dying and coming back to life, this leaves me with a couple big questions. What are the conditions that trigger this so-called curse of death? And why are we resurrected after we die?
If nothing else, I think it shows that killing us wasn't her ultimate goal. We still don't know her true reasons for subjecting us to death.
Right. This time only got complicated because of the situation with the theater's ley lines. That's why she had to approach it differently. If the previous incidents of amnesia among the researchers are anything to go by, killing us is usually a pretty routine matter. Come to think of it, wasn't I about to note something down before I died? I can't remember what it was, but I think it was something related to my sorry, Trevor.
Ma'am, if I may, no one of your description has ever shown up in my investigations, and yet you two seem very familiar with each other. Could you perhaps tell me where he was in such a rush to... And, by the way, have we ever crossed paths? Forgive the presumptuousness, but I feel a vague and...
I can explain everything. Could you help me gather everyone?
So Chuganov really is going to shut down the factory. I guess this theater incident actually did us. So, you said I promised to take you to the Armory Palace while we were in the after. Agreed. Let's check in on her first. The whole reason for...
इसमें नहीं मिलेगी यार, इसमें दे दो। The 3 Jets of Fate.
Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh, how tiresome. Take a break, pick up the pace.
I'm finally back. Even though a long time has passed from my perspective, as far as Paimon's concerned, I should keep my emotions in check when I see Paimon again.
Wait. The atmosphere here feels off. Shh. Stay quiet.
Have we still not been able to notify Child yet? We need new orders. What if that person comes back again? I'm so sorry. Under the circumstances, there was...
Tell me! What?
It was the Jester. He came here in person and escorted Miss Paimon away. He's the director of the Fatui. His authority supersedes all others and cannot be questioned.
How long ago did he leave?
It was about an hour ago. Miss Paimon was fast asleep at the time. The Jester simply walked off with her as if it was only natural. I assure you.
Do you know where they went?
The Armory Palace, most likely. Lord Piero, the Jester, has been overseeing the experiments there. I'm surprised he came in person. Whatever his reason for taking Paimon, he'll most likely return to the Armory Palace.
Then lead the way, Odette.
Okay?
Let's go, bhai, chalo.
It's just up ahead. Quick.
No, I'll go alone. You know I'm planning to force my way.
I was hardly I may be a Fatus. Paimon's safety is paramount right now. With me around, you'll have an extra pair of hands. There might be device... Let's go. There's...
Come on, keep up.
Hey, who are you? This part of the Armory Palace is under restricted access. What do you think you're doing?
No questions, please. We're short on time.
Mission over. I'll make short work of you.
Go. Let's begin. How to die.
Shadow Raven! How tiresome. Pick up the pace.
Feel the coming storm.
By royal decree! Where are you?
Together. This is one Adagio.
No escape. You can't run from death.
Now with the overpass. Where are you coming from? So, you're intruders, huh? Then blame me for what happens next!
The Armory Palace is hidden this deep in? This place is much bigger than I imagined.
They're conducting top-secret research, after all. The deeper it's hidden, the better, is standard Fatui logic.
The style doesn't really look like the Fatui's handiwork, though.
They must have requisitioned some structures from...
For a tough fight.
Intruders! Stay alert!
Witness the smallest one's grace.
कम से कम भाई एक कैश अपनी देर में जाती है।
Intruders? Don't come any close.
Just what are you guys trying to do here?
Short words, yours.
Guys.
Mission.
No one interfere with the Jester's work.
Got a tea time entertainment. Come on, keep up. How tiresome. Pick up the pace.
Take a break? Looks like no one's guarding this place.
There's something off about that decoration over there. Look out!
Let's deal with these before we move on.
Odds reveal by...
Let's begin.
How tiresome. Come on, keep up.
The researchers here probably don't know that we're uninvited guests. Let's try not to hurt them.
What's a big star from the theater doing here?
That's Miss Odette. She's a member of the Fatui. Don't tell me you didn't.
Was the whole reason for Project Stuja to support the research here at the Armory Palace? Just what are the Fatui and the Tsaritsa planning?
Whoa! Who are you? Never seen you around here before.
Looks like there's no way through here.
Maybe using the power of this prism could help?
I think I see some images.
It's the prism's power at play, causing images of the past to reappear, albeit only as illusions. Let's make our way through here.
Paimon and the Jester? Is this another scene from the past?
Yes. It looks quite old, though. I don't think it happened in the recent past.
What's going on here? What happened?
The source seems to be the Armory Palace. They must have started some large-scale experiment.
Wait, what if this has something to do with Paimon? We need to hurry!
We're almost there. The Armory Palace is just up ahead.
Paimon, please be okay.
Together, you're right. Walls of the snowflakes.
Mission. Mission.
Come on, keep up.
What? It's the curse of death. No, no, not now.
Again, भाई. Ruler of Death.
Is this the... I need to find a way back to reality.
escribivo como que está curioso, ¿verdad? Yung tingnan mo na gabi. Yeah. Neverness to Everness में तो पढ़ा था
Odette! Odette! No signs of life, but past experience says that she should be resurrected before too long. Did Odette intentionally use her core Ignis to guide my soul? I feel like something similar happened in a dream I had before. Thank you, Odette. If not for you, my soul wouldn't have found its way back to my body so quickly, and I might not have woken up so soon. But I'm sorry. I don't have time to protect you. I have to use the time you bought me. Sure enough, everyone here has been— Paimon! Paimon! No, wait. Paimon probably didn't escape Renova's curse either. She won't be able to respond to me right now. I'll have to find her myself. Is this the laboratory he works in? What happened here to trigger the curse of death again so soon? I'll have to ask him when he wakes up. Finding Paimon has to take priority now. Found her! Paimon really is here!
You don't learn, do you? You've already been involved in one mass death, and now you show up at the scene of— This might have passed for a coincidence the first time, but a second time? Am I to assume you are intentionally interfering? Judging by your expression, it seems that you understand little of what is— In that case, a word to the wise. Do not interfere in Snezh. A civilization that fails to learn its lesson constantly depletes its own worth. It will one day lose, and as a descender, you are perfectly suited to be the lifeline to which a dying civilization might desperately cling. Consider your position carefully.
No advice needed. I'll make my own judgments.
Suit yourself. When the day of reckoning arrives, not even a descender can hope to escape unscathed. The time for resurrection fast approaches. The mortals here are not yet worthy to behold my form. So that will be all for today. That thing is coming with me. You awoke sooner than I thought. The curse of immortality is stubborn, unable to enter the ley lines, yet not content to remain a spirit.
Ruler of Death, what do you want?
You perplex me. Both you and you. That thing may be a creation of Celestia, but it possesses none of Celestia's power, let alone authority. Your obsession with it baffles me. No matter, the resurrection will soon begin. It's worthless anyway. I'll reclaim it next time.
Hey, who says there'll be a next time?
ये भी सैनबर्न 1 में पता चला।
हाँ?
तो पता चले लेट्स तो होने वाला है।
It was... You seem to be...
Yeah, Paimon's back in tip-top condition. It's the weirdest thing. Paimon fell asleep earlier. The jester and that guy talking to him used some kind of energy on Paimon. And she could kind of feel it canceling out that other thing that was making her feel unwell.
So...
Apologies for leaving in such a hurry at the theater earlier. I was in a rush to verify something. Rest assured that your companion is perfectly safe. We reversed the effects that the experimental energy had on her. The jester specifically instructed me to do so.
I suppose this is our first official meeting, Traveler. I could not let Paimon suffer in her condition for a moment longer, and so I simply took her without explanation.
But why would a big shot like you care about what happens to Paimon?
As I said when you first arrived in Snezhnaya, we once spent some time together.
Oh yeah, you did mention that. And Paimon did think you seemed strangely familiar the first time we met.
I'm afraid the reminiscing will have to wait. Mitya, let us continue with the report. What conclusions, if any, did you reach from conducting the final experiment of our energy research?
The good news is, my hypothesis regarding the Ruler of Death has been verified. As for the bad news, I recommend we suspend the experiments and Project Mistleton until further notice. Currently, we have no means with which to make a breakthrough. I say this purely as a scientist, guided by...
I will trust your judgment. We shall put the project on hold until the Ruler of Death has been...
Wait, what are you guys talking You want to get rid of Renova? Like, how? By killing her?
By whatever means necessary, so long as it removes the threat she poses to us. Until then, after what just happened, I've ascertained Renova's goal. Or rather, the trigger condition for the Curse of Death.
Okay, let's hear it.
What she's doing is blocking Snezhnaya's technological progress, preventing us from possessing any means with which to threaten the heavenly principles.
Just like the little lapdog she is.
So, any ideas, research, or experiments that lead to technological progress can trigger the curse. Just now, for instance, I was set to launch a final phase energy experiment ahead of schedule. If the experiment was successful, we could have achieved as expected though, the moment the experiment began, all the researchers, technicians, and witnesses, all that effort, not to mention the energy and materials we relied on Project Stuja to gather for us, went to waste.
Does that mean something similar happened when we were...
That's right. During the performance, I thought of an important breakthrough regarding the experiment, and wound up dragging everyone into this. So the nature of... Of course, that meant the curse was normally limited to the Armory Palace. Since outsiders are forbidden from entering, this mass death phenomenon went unnoticed until Odette came along. I believe she was the first witness. The Curse of Death was triggered just before she infiltrated...
But you mentioned something about a final stage experiment. Doesn't that mean...
That's right. Even with the gods locking certain key components out of reach, humanity can still advance technology in increment... But, as I'm sure Renova anticipated, even incremental progress has its limits. A point where the truth you're seeking must be put to the test in an experiment.
You mean the experiment you were just...
Yes. We were at a critical juncture, a moment where the quantitative was about to translate into fundamental qualitative change. But now, after already being forced to fumble around in the dark all this time, it feels like we've truly hit an impenetrable... As long as Renova's Curse of Death persists, we won't be able to advance the experiment or obtain any
And with Project Stuja having been in effect all this time, at our nation's current strength, repeated trial, and only by eliminating Renova first, will it be possible to continue advancing our plan?
She's the ruler of death! She can just kill whoever she wants, right? That's gotta be the scariest power ever! Is it even possible to beat her?
We'll see. But one thing's for sure. She definitely can't just do whatever she wants. The best proof of that is me, standing here, very much alive.
You're sick?
Wouldn't it be easier to just kill all of us researchers for good? Why resurrect us over and over again? Why let us advance our technology to this point?
So, you're saying even the ruler of death has limitations we don't know about?
Exactly. And I think that's where the key to our breakthrough lies.
Regardless, the ruler of death has always been an obstacle we must overcome. Indeed, we must face life, death, time, and space. Our goal is the heavenly principle.
The Fatui want to challenge the heavenly principle?
For a long time, I've had a vague suspicion the Fatui and the Tsaritsa were targeting the heavenly principle, but hearing the Jester admit it is still a shock. No wonder the Tsaritsa's goal has always been kept a secret. What kind of road will that lead Snezhnaya down?
In that case... Lord Jester, I would like to request some leave. I'd like some time to organize my thoughts and go over the...
Granted. Get some rest, put the experiment out of your mind, and take care that the Curse of Death... While there is yet time, allow me to offer you my hospitality, honored guest of...
I remember hearing the term Mistleton from Columbina.
Yeah! Paimon wanted to ask about that when the name came up just now. What is it?
As you know, Project Stuja is a series of measures enacted to consolidate our nation's resources, the greater purpose of which... Many of the things you have encountered thus far are essentially for the advancement of that project. This includes the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau in Notdry. Researching Kuvaki was merely a facade. Its core objective was to use local resources and research findings to build Mistleton itself.
And that's a weapon built for the final battle.
Huh? How did you know that?
I was given some intel, and I made some.
Wait. You must mean that thing over there. Oh, Paimon's gotta take a closer look at this thing. Especially after you guys sent so many people to Nagra.
Kuvaki alone will not break through Celestia's defenses, let alone challenge the heavenly. The heavenly principles are no doubt accustomed to combating the power of the light realm, and elemental energy is simply the power of the human realm, converted to that form by the heavenly principles themselves. Any attempt to use this power against its creator would be. For now, therefore, we have set our sights on the form of energy associated with the third descender and the stellar linchpins. This may hold the potential to allow Mistleton, you could say, that by reverse engineering the stellar linchpins to extract the energy within, we have obtained a source.
The Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau, Project Stusia, and the new energy experiments. Huh. So, Project Mistleton is with Tight, and it looks like your plan is almost complete.
Her Majesty the Tsaritsa has embarked upon an expedition to vanquish a monster. Were it not for this, I imagine she would have been delighted to grant you.
Seems like
The Harbingers have been.
You read my.
Speaking of the Gnosis,
The Gnosis will undoubtedly serve as a key bargaining chip when she confronts the heavenly principles. Beyond that, you had best ask the Tsaritsa herself.
what do you mean? Not sure. Don't you make the rules? You're the highest ranking Harbinger.
Taking on the heavenly principles is something most people wouldn't even entertain in their wildest fantasies.
Into that today, civilization is nothing but an illusion. Something whose very our civilization may very well be destroyed in the struggle, but as things stand, the heavenly principles could choose to negate our existence on a past only by changing the state of affairs, only by overthrowing the heavenly principles. Otherwise, the fate of the people of Conria and Hyperborea is a cycle doomed to repeat itself.
Accepting potential destruction in return for getting to control.
Furthermore, perhaps this is still somewhat difficult for you to understand.
Huh? All of them? Paimon knows about the curse of death you mentioned, and the curse of immortality.
Then, the birth of the Hilly Churls, the rules of Natlan's Ode of Resurrection, those are curses too? Farina's long life seems to stem from a curse placed on her by Focalor as well.
Yes. Even a god's love for humanity is a curse the heavenly principles inflicted upon the...
What?
The Tsaritsa has always had ample reason to hate the heavenly prince. If she can seize their authority, she will reconstruct the entire world, and when that time comes, humanity will be completely liberated from curse. Look forward to it. It will be a world beyond your though the ordinary people of Snezhnaya may not understand these details. In this frigid land locked in a ceaseless struggle against the environment, in this nation to which the gods have never shown favor, we all believe that standing in solidarity with the Tsaritsa in our shared
Paimon really doesn't remember. He's basically a stranger. You gotta believe.
Allow me to explain. The reason Paimon reacted to the anti-Celestia energy developed by the Armory Palace is because she comes from Celestia herself. More specifically,
Paimon? A creation of Celestia?
Oh, right. I was blinded by anger earlier, but thinking back on it, Renova also said that Paimon is a creation of Celestia, but She lacks Celestia's power.
As you know, the lunar fragments in Nodcry were pulled down from the sky using Fatui technology. But the first application of this technology was in Conria. I used this technology upon the heavens, and the response I received was none other than Paimon, descending from Celestia. I presented her to the Vinster King, but he took no interest in this gift, nor did it satisfy him. Paimon then took up temporary residence in my palace until, of course, the arrival of the Cataclysm.
Wait, Paimon's a little confused. You're talking about things that happened in Conria 500 years ago. You're saying Paimon was there for that? But Paimon doesn't remember any of that. Falling from the sky? Being given away as a gift?
Having lived through the Cataclysm, perhaps you too were burdened with some manner of curse. Although, losing your memories would indeed be the smallest price I've...
But it's not just her memories from Conria. Paimon doesn't even know how she spent the last 500 years. She only has memories from the past few years. No matter how hard she tries to remember, what was Paimon like back in Conria? Did she know a whole lot because she came from Celestia?
Unfortunately, when you arrived in Conria, your consciousness was like that of a newborn infant. None could say what kind of being you once were in Celestia. During the time you lived in Conria, your personality was no different from how it is now.
सही अलग दिखता था ये जानना मतलब समझ में आया इंटरेस्टिंग भाई
Ah, man! Paimon's plan to get her memories back and become super smart is ruined before it could even start. You know, even though Paimon lost her memories, she still feels weirdly close to you for some reason. That must mean you took pretty good care of Paimon back then.
On the contrary, I completely ignored your existence. I was entirely focused on my struggle against Corrupted the Wise. But now, as I see it, it is as if you are the only sane thing that survived that era of insanity. And thus, are worthy of protection.
Noted. Man, Paimon's gotta stop projecting friendship on everyone she meets. But, Traveler? Even though you know Paimon's some creation of Celestia now, you still want her, right? You're not going to abandon her?
as long as you are not available.
Oh, phew! That's a relief. Paimon's just learning about this too. She's barely even processed.
Thank you for
Given the circumstances,
Allies?
to advance Project Mistleton, we must first resolve our issue with the Ruler of Death. And if I presume correctly, you have no intention of letting her actions go unpunished.
That's right. Ever since she said she intends to reclaim Paimon when we next meet, I figured reconciliation was out of the question.
Against an opponent of this caliber, deliberating over our allegiances would waste time we do not have. We must join forces unreservedly with whomever we can.
You're going to challenge the Ruler of Death? Just for Paimon? But Paimon's only... Thank you! Thank you! Oh, gee! Now Paimon doesn't even know what to say! Anyway, Paimon's super touched!
The Tsaritsa will return in triumph in short order, and the Fatui shall hold internal discussions regarding the enemy.
Got it. Thanks for your help with Paimon. I'll be sure to look out.
There was just one other thing. Well, it's just a request, really. Paimon really wants to see what this Mistleton thingy you're gonna use against the Heavenly Principles looks like. Of course, Paimon knows it's top secret and stuff, but she just had to ask.
Certainly you may.
Oh, for real? Actually, maybe it's best not to. What if her Nova suddenly pops
While the technology is not yet fully developed, it has nevertheless reached the stage where Celestia's creations are unable to damage it. In that regard, you may rest assured.
Oh. Wow. No wonder Paimon felt so out of sorts recently, even though it was super far away. All right then.
तो सेम वेपन सरिता ये बात सरिता फाइट करे एंड में 10 मिनट्स खुला हो गया
Paimon? You're okay.
Long story short, yep, Paimon's all better. What are you doing here?
That's right. When I woke up, I wanted to go in after you, but the guards had woken up as well. It would have been tough to take them on alone, and there was no easy way to sneak. So I returned the way I came, and
It was thanks to...
that actually worked? Nice. I just figured I'd try my luck when that ominous feeling struck me. Really, you should be thanking this thing instead. Anyway, and now that things here are all taken care of,
Director Chuganov, you're back. We just received notice that Project Stuja has been suspended, so we've convened an emergency meeting. This is the preliminary plan. In addition to expanding production capacity, we've also discussed feasible layoff plans to optimize revenue. Our calculations indicate that the factory's profits will increase by at least 30%.
That won't be necessary. Leave the energy for those who need it. Whether they use it just to get by or to run a business, that's up to them. Start preparing to halt production and lay off the staff. Make sure the workers are able to land on their feet and that they are duly compensated. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. I just suddenly don't Iskra.
Dear esteemed members of the Rokot, given the effects of Lelik's radical actions upon our organization's reputation and social stability, a decision has been made to permanently withdraw this codename from use. Considering that Lelik did what they did for the benefit of the people, the Rokot has nevertheless negotiated with the authorities, ultimately securing a waiver for all. Lelik will be suspended for a period of time. Depending on their future performance, they may be allowed to adopt a new codename and continue acting. The purpose of this notice is to remind everyone once again that motives and methods are equally important when even with Project Stuja's suspension and our interim operational victory, we must guard against complacency and rashness and work to consolidate the progress we have made so far. We act only
for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever on.
You mean for...
Just thinking out loud, I've never seen this.
I think maybe अब तो end हो जाना चाहिए.
I never once thought I'd come here. But I understand everything now, Rosaline.
Todo señor account.
I've seen Spirit Seeker performed many times, including by your mother.
Why do you bring that up all of a sudden?
Even though the choreography is always identical, every dancer finds a way to make it her own.
So you actually want to talk to me about ballet?
I just think it would be a pity if the dance was lost to history. She didn't teach it to you, did she?
That was an unusually subtle taunt for you.
We embraced one another on the snow-swept plains, melting the ruthlessness of time. But when our bodies, in pieces, are cast to the winds, what of our love will remain behind?
Don't tell me you can't sing.
Shush. I understand her hatred. The Fatui robbed her of the life she should have had. I never opposed her dancing. Yet still I became an enemy of her ballet. I'll just keep my distance. Many despise me. I'm used to it. You're certainly not one to shy away from confrontation. But children, they need a different approach. I'm hardly the most maternal figure. Yet she is a child. In my experience, while a father commands authority, he must still yield to love. You should tell her what you think about her dancing. Odette will soon take the stage at the Korolyevsky Theater. This could be your chance. Geonosis secured. It went smoothly. I'll be there. Have them send me an invitation. Sadly, things didn't work out. Her final words are inside that block of ice.
This? Aren't these for monitoring her subordinates?
Not yours. This one isn't her witch's flame, but my two worlds' flames. The two worlds' flames can burn away memories. It was my parting gift to Rosaline. If all goes to plan, she and I will both live to see the Tsaritsa succeed. I believe she'll find peace. But if anything happens to me, she needn't follow in my footsteps. The cryo-energy will fade away in time. Then the two worlds' flames will burn away all memories of the Fatui. She'll be free to dance. She deserves this. I will handle the aftermath. The choice is yours, child.
I just give me a proper goosebump, right?
Fresh air at last! Paimon's head isn't spinning anymore, and the fever's all gone. Oh, it's nice to finally know where Paimon came from, too. It did make Paimon a little nervous at first, but, like, who cares if Paimon's a creation of Celestia? She's probably not anyone that important. Probably just the fairy of food and fun or something. And like you said, this doesn't have to change anything between us. You're not gonna just... Hey! Hurry up! Why are you walking so slowly?
You've spent the last few days lying in bed and stuffing your face. I didn't think you'd be able to fly this fast.
Says who? Paimon's as agile as ever. They don't call her White Floaty for nothing. Paimon originally wanted to check out the bookstores in Snezhnograd, but she's more in the mood for flying around right now, so let's save that for later. Wait, they've got light novels from Yai Publishing House here too. Huh? And this is Paimon's favorite mystery story from Fontaine. The local Snezhnaya books look pretty interesting too, but also kind of heavy. Not the easiest things.
I thought you were in the mood for flying around.
Paimon can read while she flies. Hey, look at these two dolls. Which do you like better?
Which one is better? I think that one.
All right, boss.
Oh, I thought we.
There you are. Thank.
Hi, Mom will grab this and then. Huh?
ठीक है.
How many layers does this thing have? And what are you laughing at? A whole bunch of people are gathered over by the plaza.
Right?
Hey, look! That looks like
Yeah,
Tartaglia!
I know that voice.
Yeah! The jester knew it was wrong and fixed Paimon right up! Thanks for sending someone to keep Paimon.
Oh, yeah, about that. That was kind of embarrassing. Who could have known that our director would go looking for you in person? So sorry for the misunderstanding. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Tonya.
Hello, Tonya.
Hello. Firstly, I'm really sorry about my brother. Sounds like he's caused you no end of trouble.
Hey now, why'd you have to start with that? Not that it isn't true, of course.
So she's the real Tonya.
She said you two didn't manage to meet up at the theater. She waited ages for me, and when I didn't show, she got a little worried and went out.
I know, right? He didn't bother to say a word to me. I searched up and down the city for him, and he only told me about it when I finally caught him at the gates of Glupov.
I've been rushed off. I'm sorry, Tonya. I really am. I'll make it up to you somehow.
Although the mix-up led to a series of misunderstandings, it's probably for the best that the real Tonya didn't get caught up in that mess. Besides, it's obvious that Tartaglia isn't usually one to break a promise.
No,
I would... the best...
Huh? What kind of review is...
Hey, look!
Sarissa वो तो गाड़ी है. Oh, भाई ने गा दिया. Finally. ये देख भाई, मेहनत कर भाई, ड्रामा, चलन सही भाई, सच में भाई, आर्कन अथॉरिटी और आर्कन अथॉरिटी हो गई है. मजा. यार तुम मजा स्लिंग कर लो. At least मैं बड़ी सकता हूँ. ये कैलकुलेशन कहीं भी मिल जाएगा उसमें तो चल.
I am astrologist Mona Magistus, meaning the great astrologist Mona.
If it is divination you seek from me, then I ask you respect my name by learning it wholly, here and now.
Yeah, unexpected though. Yes, totally unexpected. इसको कौन मांग रहा है भाई? तो गारंटी है नेट तो टेंशन ही नहीं है भाई, एटलीस्ट गारंटी हो जाता है, टेंशन नहीं भाई आपका। रोड हाँ हेडक्वार्टर में लेके जाना भाई, मैं नहीं जाएंगे तो कहाँ जाना भाई? HQ is the main.
Take a break, pick up the pace. Pick up the pace. How tiresome. Yeah.
HQ में मम्मी सरेस्ता तो तुम एटलीस्ट।
What did he do?
Ready? Not good enough.
For real? Come on!
I'm sorry, but this is a next.
Looks like they're recruiting some crack shots.
Yep, from what I've heard, it's not a routine one. The standards this time, if this was how they ran
What?
because the pay's...
Next.
I'm up.
Crystal, huh? That stuff's in high demand. Hyman's with you.
Next. Pass.
Oh, yeah.
Pardon my curiosity, but have you entered the Shadow Realm before? Please. Judging by the look of your file, my superior with this device.
So, that's what... Yeah.
In fact, as long as it's with...
In that case...
इसको मुझे skip करना होगा।
Traveler?
I see. Ma'am, I mean, James...
Aw, don't blame Snezhnaya.
Yes, ma'am.
Furthermore, do you think any...
Funny you should mention...
Her?
Need a refill. State number 2. Charge.
Commander! Save!
लॉन्चर की तरह बनता
Defenses have been breached.
Change of tactics. Reload.
Front line, disengage. That's all you got?
Charge. Reload.
शॉट क्यों नहीं ले रहे भाई इसमें? शॉट क्यों नहीं है भाई? मारने का
Another step. What? Shield wasn't not good.
Light him up! Change it, Patrick!
Time to engage. Give me a few. Gotta reload. Should fall back.
Switch mode! I'm in over my head.
Need new rounds.
Switch mode!
आई भागने दो यहाँ से ये तो वही काट देगा
Gotta reload.
Demolition time! Demolition time!
What was that? Should fall back.
Need a refill!
Not good.
Light him up!
We have the
State number 2!
Front line, disengage.
oh my but damage कौन सी मिल रही है ना उसको एटलीस्ट after 2 days yeah
Come on, stop! Pick up the pace.
No way. It's true. You're sure? Yes?
What was that?
Who's there?
बिल्ली भी हो सकती है
Traveler?
Odette?
Yes? What were you expecting? A ghost? I have. The eerie music and the dancing ghost. Here. This is the true form of said ghost.
ये कौन सा डिवाइस है भाई
It's a music box. It was a birthday gift from my mother when I was little. It used to play beautiful melodies, but its internal mechanisms have deteriorated over time. It sounds terrible. It'll take some time to fix, but my daytime schedule tends to be quite packed, and I don't have the right tools at home. So I had to sneak off to my private lounge in the middle of the night. Yes, this area belongs to me. Doesn't it look the... It's fine, but I must say, you're pretty brave. Most would have fled the moment they heard the music, always eager to help. That's what they say about you. I appreciate the offer, but I want to fix it myself. But if you could help me collect some relevant materials and keep it a secret. Also, it seems the decor in my lounge doesn't match your expectations. If you want to redecorate, think of it as a reward for... did you not want one? Vodyanitsa said fans would do anything for a peek behind the scenes. Oh, that said, could you hold off until the music box is fixed? It scares people away. Makes it much more
Take a break, pick up the pace. How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
स्टार्टिंग से शुरू हो रही है but what?
Who's there? Traveler? Oh, yes. What were you expecting? A ghost? I have. Here. It's a music box. It used to play. It'll take some time. Yes, this air... It's fine, but I must say, you're always eager to... I appreciate the... But if you could help me collect some Also, think of it as a... oh, that said, it scares people.
Okay, confirm कल आपको इंसान के चक्कर में मिशन लगा दिया था रिवॉर्ड कहाँ था 10 तक था all complete कोई कंपास है क्या एक ही ये भी इसमें अभी तो मैंने इसको ओपन नहीं करा है ओपन करता है
Pick up the pace. Take a break, pick up the pace. Come on, keep up. Yeah. break? Pick up the pace. How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Take a break? How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Take a break? Yeah. Come on, keep up. Rise. Go.
इधर तीन ही तो स्टैचू ऑफ सेवन और अपग्रेड नहीं हो सकती ना 90 लेवल और भी है navigate.
I want to build a snowman. Will you help?
अबे snowman बना लेंगे.
How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Pick up the pace. Take a break? Pick up the pace. How tiresome. Take a break? How tiresome. Take a break? Come on, pick up the pace. How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
कैसा लेटर है इनविटेशन प्रोग्राम meditation that is 90 100 level है क्या वेपन की हम बस डीलर करके हाँ इधर इधर Yeah, I'm coming.
One, two, three, 4, 2.
Come no closer, Shadow. Crystalline Adagio. Wheel of Life.
Let me test my hypothesis. Take a break. Hit.
Come no closer. Rise.
What a joke. How tiresome.
ये रॉन्ग पीसीज में भी देते हैं बस के लिए तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है
Gotta recharge. Change of tactics. Charge. Charge. Change of tactics. Gotta recharge.
ट्रेनिंग मोड में है मैं
Demolition time. Frag out.
maybe thank you for today watching. Goodbye. That's it for today. See you tomorrow.